Chapter 286. Why did Ling Xiao come to the Purple Sky sect? Wasn't it for the woman he fell in love with at first sight? Her glance had long fallen into his heart. That was the first woman that made his heart palpitate and desire to possess. He had long vowed that this woman would be his, and no one would be able to take her away from him. He had been strong and worked hard to get to where he was today, and he was only a step away from capturing her. How could he give up just because of this? Not to mention that he was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Su Yi's unreasonable and arrogant words made Ling Xiao feel very unhappy. Today, even in front of his father, he had to leave a deep lesson for Su Yi. Su Yi heard Ling Xiao's words and was furious. He shouted, "I'll kill you." The golden broadsword in his hand gathered a grand light and mercilessly slashed towards Ling Xiao. It was the move that defeated Chen Wenyu, and the arena was filled with killing intent. The disciples at the side of the arena looked at the arena anxiously, and the expressions of the elders on the spectator stand were slightly gloomy. They all knew that no one could intervene in this match. Sect Master Yi had already made his position clear. Boom! Wherever the broadsword passed, there was a loud explosion, and a deep ditch was cut into the marble arena. Damn it, where did he go? Su Yi looked at the empty space in front of him and cursed. On the other side, Ling Xiao calmly crossed his arms and looked at Su Yi with contempt. As an elder, I'll let you have 3 moves. It's best if you call out your spirit beast as well, or others will say that I'm bullying the young. Humph, you're not qualified to make me use my spirit beast. Su Yi coldly snorted. His hand gripped the hilt of his broadsword tightly, and he made another strong move. There was a considerable difference between this slash and the previous one. The previous slash was simple and unadorned, but this slash was complicated and divided into 8. The 8 broadsword shadows were like 8 people attacking at the same time, but the power was 8 times that of the previous slash. Not far away, Su Jiannan, who was depressed, saw this slash and couldn't help but feel proud. This was the incomplete blue stare sword skill that he had kept for himself. There were only 3 slashes, but each slash had extraordinary power. It was not difficult to kill people of a higher level. And this slash was the first slash. Boundless 8 directions. The elders on the spectator stand looked at this slash in surprise. This seemed to be beyond their imagination. Mu Huai and Mu En became nervous, and Yu Lai Yan and Bing Ruoshui's expressions were not much better. Although they all knew that Ling Xiao had killed a king-level warrior, they all knew that it was pure luck. Otherwise, how could he kill a king-level warrior with the strength of a high-level Xian cultivator? That was just a fantasy story. Ling Xiao's current strength was already that of a high-ranked spirit master. From the exchange just now, Ling Xiao's realm should be quite stable. If they really fought, he wouldn't necessarily lose very badly. But it was different if the opponent had a high-level Xian technique. It was a powerful killing move that could kill people of a higher level. Everyone was worried for Ling Xiao. Only Yun Mingqi looked at the arena calmly and thought to herself, "My man won't lose so easily." There was a series of explosions, and countless stones flew out of the arena toward the disciples on the sidelines. The inner disciples were only high-level Xian cultivators and did not have any protective force. They were instantly smashed and screamed, and they kept retreating. Although the true disciples could withstand the flying stones and sand, they were also afraid of being caught in the crossfire, so they all took a few steps back. "Senior Su, what kind of sword skill is this? It's so scary." "It's at least a green stare sword skill. If he had used this move against Senior Chen just now, I'm afraid he would have died without a complete corpse. No wonder they're so arrogant. Elder Ling is in trouble now." The true disciples looked at Su Jiannan's move with suspicion and whispered to each other. They felt a chill in their hearts at Su Yi's move. They felt that if this move hit them, there would only be one result, and that was death. The golden light dissipated, and the arena was in a sorry state. Su Yi had a proud expression on his face, and he was panting with some difficulty. That strike just now had used up a third of his spiritual energy, and he was confident that anyone below the spirit master level would not have a chance of survival. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao was sincere about letting him have 3 moves, he always liked to use the fastest time to deal with his opponent and show off his strength. Just as Su Yi was about to laugh, his shoulder was patted, and a lazy voice sounded from behind. "There are 2 more moves, or else you won't have the chance." Su Yi's hair stood on end, and without thinking, he turned around and swung his blade again. Who knew that Ling Xiao, who was behind him, would disappear once again? Su Yi sheathed his blade and no longer casually attacked, but instead raised his senses to the highest. At the same time, he gripped his golden blade tightly, ready to strike at any moment. However, Ling Xiao appeared in front of him again, and laughed coldly. "You dare to say that you want to fight to the death with just this bit of strength? You should go back and train for a few more years. No. Even if you go back and train for a lifetime, you still won't catch up to me, because you're just a pitiful child who grew up with a halo of being the son of the Peak Lord." You bastard. Su Yi's face alternated between red and green. He had been known as a peerless genius since he was young, and in this year's large competition, he had won first place in one fell swoop. Among his peers, other than Yun Mingqi, there weren't many who could be considered a worthy opponent. However, this brat in front of him was clearly younger than him by 7 or 8 years, but he had played him in circles. This made him, the challenger, feel so ashamed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall and die. He clearly thought that he could kill this person with a single slap, but in front of him, he was jumping around like a lively monkey, not giving him the slightest bit of hesitation. Su Yi's face darkened, and he muttered, "Golden Tiger, come out!" As soon as he finished speaking, a xiao sound came from the arena, and a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of a tiger pierced through the night sky. This is a level 3 golden tiger, and it looks like it's a tiger king. It might have already reached a high level. Elder Su really loves his son. He even got such a high-level spiritual beast for his son. I'm so envious. This time, Elder Ling is in big trouble. Let's see how he can fight 1 against 2. What a femme fatale. If I admit defeat immediately, I wouldn't have to lose my life for a woman. Lower your voice. If junior sister hears you, you'll be in trouble. Below the arena, there was another wave of whispers. At this time, there was already an additional golden tiger on the arena. Its fur was like golden needles, and its entire body was dazzling. In the middle of its forehead, there was a domineering king character, showing its noble and extraordinary status. Coupled with its exposed sharp fangs, it could really scare an ordinary person to death. Ling Xiao sized up the golden tiger, and for no reason, he clicked his tongue and said, "Not bad, it's comparable to Xiao Jin, but it's a pity that it followed the wrong master." "Golden tiger, go up and eat him," Su Yi coldly commanded the golden tiger. He didn't believe that with the golden tiger attacking together with him, they wouldn't be able to kill this bastard in front of him. Ling Xiao wasn't anxious, but Mu Huai, who was on the viewing platform, anxiously said to Yun Xiong, "Sect Master, we can't let them continue playing like this." Yun Xiong glanced at Mu Huai and said indifferently, "Don't worry, we're all here, they'll be fine." Mu Huai sighed heavily, and for no reason. He glared at Su Jianan again before turning his gaze back to the arena. Ling Xiao looked at the golden tiger that was about to pounce on him, and took a few steps back. "Big guy, calm down, your opponent isn't me." With that, the spirit beast bracer flashed, and the golden wolf king suddenly appeared in front of him. The current golden wolf king was no longer a rank 2 spirit beast, but a high and mighty rank 3 spirit beast. If Ling Xiao had enough wind attribute beast cores, it would have already broken through to rank 4. The Golden Wolf King had been in the bracer for a long time. Ever since it was seriously injured by the Lao family's Lao Yue fan, it had obediently stayed in the bracer to recuperate, causing it to almost lose its ferocity as a spirit beast. When the Golden Wolf King appeared, it also attracted a large number of exclamations. No wonder Elder Ling is so fearless. It turns out that he also has a high-grade spirit beast. Now we're back to square one. This golden wind wolf is a bit strange. Could it be a mutated wind wolf? It should be possible. Otherwise, how could it have golden fur? There's going to be a good show to watch. The appearance of the Golden Wolf King had undoubtedly ignited the Golden Tiger's fighting spirit. No one gave the order, and the 2 spirit beasts began to fight. Ling Xiao crossed his arms and said indifferently, "Xiao Jin is fun, just don't kill it." Ling Xiao's words were not to give Su Yi face, but rather to ridicule Su Yi. Su Yi did not respond. Instead, he seized the opportunity when Ling Xiao relaxed, and the second slash appeared. This slash was completely different from the first slash. Su Yi's condensed golden spirit force swept out a small blade shadow, and finally formed a golden blade shadow tornado that swept towards Ling Xiao. Swoosh swoosh. The tornado created a loud sound in the air. Ling Xiao revealed a serious expression, and he poured the wind attribute into his feet, immediately dodging. This time, Su Yi had been paying attention to Ling Xiao's movements. He had already locked onto the direction in which Ling Xiao had dodged. A strange smile appeared on his face, and a golden blade appeared in his other hand. The previous slash was only to disturb the enemy, and now, without any warning, the two slashes chopped towards Ling Xiao's head. This was the real killing move. Su Yi couldn't help but reveal an excited smile. He felt that his move would definitely succeed. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the two sharp blade lights that smashed down from above. He paused for a moment, as if he had missed the time to dodge. Rumble! The two huge blade lights fiercely struck Ling Xiao's chest. Shower! Mu Huai roared angrily on the arena, and then he was about to fly off the arena. Yun Mengqi, who was behind Yun Xiong, also wanted to desperately fly up the stage. Wait! Yun Xiong seemed to have sensed something and called out to the two to stop them. Haha, damn bastard, you're finally dead. Su Yi looked up at the sky and laughed wildly. Roar! Before he could even laugh, his spiritual beast, the golden fur tiger, let out a cry of anguish. Su Yi looked at the golden wolf king, who had the upper hand, and his eyes jumped. Is he not dead? Chapter 287. Normally, humans and spirit beasts would sign a master-servant contract. If the human warrior died, then the spirit beast protecting him wouldn't be able to survive. Su Yi was quite confident in the second move he could use. Back then, even his father Su Jiannan had said that even someone half a step into the king level would suffer greatly from this blade, let alone Ling Xiao who had just entered the high level. However, the golden wolf king was crazily tearing at his golden fur tiger. Only then did he realize that Ling Xiao wasn't dead. Su Yi didn't care that his beloved beast was at a disadvantage and thought proudly, "It's good that he's not dead. Otherwise, people will say that I have no sense of propriety." He believed that even if Ling Xiao wasn't dead, he should only have half his life left. He had already achieved his goal of teaching Ling Xiao a lesson. If Ling Xiao really died, he wouldn't have an easy time either. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao was an elder, and he had a protective master behind him? Although the golden fur tiger was a high-level third-rank spirit beast, it was still a bit inferior to the peak golden wolf king. More importantly, the golden wolf king had two attributes, one gold and one wind, so its combat strength was naturally far above the golden fur tiger. In just a moment, the golden fur tiger had been bitten off by the golden wolf king, and the bloody pieces were frightening. If you don't save your spirit beast, then it will become food for me, Xiaojin. Ling Xiao stood up and spoke faintly. His upper body was naked, and his golden muscles looked very fit and healthy. His black hair was scattered, and he looked very elegant and handsome. He didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. How are you fine? Su Yi looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Ling Xiao flicked his black hair and did something that he thought was very cool. "TCH. I said that you don't have the qualifications to fight to the death with me. After 3 moves, it's time for me to make a move." With that, Ling Xiao turned into a blur and rushed towards Su Yi. Su Yi was shocked, but the 2 slashes just now had already used up most of his spiritual power, and he didn't even have time to take the elixir before he cried out, "Oh no!" Before he could react, a gust of wind blew in front of him. Puff! In the next moment, Ling Xiao's knee had already landed heavily on Su Yi's lower abdomen. Su Yi was injured, and a mouthful of blood sprayed onto Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao's expression became malevolent. He grabbed Su Yi's hair and shouted, "Originally, I respected you as the son of the Peak Lord, but today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Peak Lord. Remember, love is mutual. If Meng Qi likes you, I don't mind leaving. But if Meng Qi doesn't like you, then don't bother her. Otherwise..." Before Ling Xiao could finish his roar, he grabbed Su Yi and flung him away. At the same time, he caught up with Su Yi and stomped down on him. Su Yi did not have any room to resist and was smashed to the ground, letting out a blood-curdling scream. On the viewing platform, Su Jiannan's expression turned solemn. Only Mu Huai shouted, "Good hit!" Just now, when he saw Ling Xiao being slashed, as his master, his heart ached. If it wasn't because of his identity, he really wanted to go down and slap Su Yi to death. However, seeing his disciple walk out as if nothing happened, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then, seeing that Ling Xiao could still step on Su Yi so fiercely, he felt great. "Aren't you the champion of the direct disciples this time?" But so what if you're the champion? You were still beaten by my disciple without any strength to fight back. On the other side, Mu En was also very happy. Just now, his disciple was defeated in one move, and his chest was cut open. He felt terrible, and in his heart, he couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to be a little more ruthless. The surrounding disciples were shocked. How could they have imagined that Ling Xiao's strength would be so terrifying? A dignified champion of the direct disciples was beaten like a pile of mud. If it was them, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. It could be said that they had never seen Ling Xiao fight, and only knew that Ling Xiao's alchemy skills were formidable. Now, they got to know Ling Xiao again. It turned out that he was not only an alchemy grandmaster, but also a combat genius. They had always thought that they were geniuses in the sect, and they boasted that their cultivation of 10 bin was extraordinary. In the future, they would definitely step into the king rank, but when they compared themselves with Ling Xiao, they were really ashamed. The elders on the viewing platform also had the same thought. All of them looked at Mu Huai with envy and jealousy, and sighed in their hearts. Mu Huai really took in a good disciple. Although Ling Xiao had stepped on Su Yi, he didn't take the opportunity to humiliate him. After all, he wanted to save some face for Su Jiannan. Unexpectedly, just as Ling Xiao stopped his attack, Su Yi crawled up, his whole face becoming hideous and terrifying. The veins on his hands bulged, and the golden blade in his hand shone again as he said in a hoarse voice, "I'm going to kill you." After saying that, a burst of golden spiritual energy was actually affected by his blade, and a burst of whistling sounds appeared on the arena. The aura around Su Yi was getting stronger and stronger, and the surrounding disciples couldn't help but retreat. This move had not even been used yet, but it already gave them a strong sense of oppression. Ling Xiao didn't make a move, and there was no panic on his face. Instead, he looked full of fighting spirit, and in his heart he thought, this move is probably as terrifying as a full-strength blow from a low-level king rank. At the same time, he took out the blazing flame sword from his space ring, and a powerful flame bloomed. The fire attribute spiritual energy around him also showed signs of adhering to him. Su Qian was able to affect it not because Su Yi had touched the edge of king rank, but because of the effect brought about by the third style of the blue stair sword skill. However, this move was not something Su Yi could use now. If he forced himself to do so, the consequences would be quite serious. Ling Xiao was able to affect spiritual energy because he could already feel the existence of spiritual energy in the spirit gathering tower. Now, he was using his inexperienced perception to affect the surrounding spiritual energy, intending to fight with Su Yi to see who was more powerful. Which one of the people on the viewing platform wasn't an expert of king rank or above? At a glance, they could distinguish the difference in spiritual energy between the two. The first to exclaim was Sect Master Yun Xiong. This kid actually knows how to use spiritual energy? The other elders also noticed Ling Xiao's abnormality. He can really control spiritual energy. Amazing. It seems that our sect will have another great general in the near future. Too monstrous. Senior brother Mu has really accepted a good disciple. Isn't that right? To be able to sense spiritual energy at such a young age, the king rank is not far away. Even the young miss can only do this. Mu Huai looked at Ling Xiao and replied with great joy, "Haha, this kid has some strength." The more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the more face he, as his master, would have. Su Jiannan's expression became even more unsightly, and he cursed his son to death in his heart. He hadn't offended anyone, but he had offended a fourth-grade alchemist, and a young expert who had already touched the king rank. It was really not worth it for a woman. Yun Mengqi, who was behind Yun Xiong, stared at the dignified figure on the stage with her beautiful eyes. She was very happy in her heart, and she felt that she hadn't misjudged him. If she hadn't received the emperor rank inheritance, then with her 10 bin, it would have been good if she could only reach the strength of a high-rank spirit master. However, Ling Xiao had become a high-rank spirit master from 2 years ago. He had crossed 2 great thresholds. Even she might not be able to catch up to this kind of 10 bin. Nangong Changle, who was sitting at the side, didn't say anything. His expression became somewhat gloomy, but in reality, he was extremely bitter in his heart. He watched as the glory that originally belonged to him was destroyed by his own hands. Retribution really doesn't feel good. He sighed in his heart. On the stage, spiritual qi pressed down from the surroundings, and Su Yi's surroundings became golden. His expression was extremely frightening, and blood had already flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The golden blade in his hand was infinitely enlarged, and it was like a divine blade that pierced through the clouds. On Ling Xiao's side, his body was suffused with a golden color, and it was as if his entire body was plated with a layer of golden armor. He looked extremely noble, and the blazing flame sword in his hand only emitted a scorching fiery light. The fiery light carried a strange bright blue color, and the surrounding spiritual energy flowed around the tip of the sword. After Su Yi finished condensing his energy, he roared, "Die for me!" The golden blade smashed down from the sky. It was a simple and plain blade, but its power was truly earth-shattering, and the stage was instantly pressed down. A scorching light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and he muttered in a low voice, "Come!" At the same time, the blazing flame sword in his hand blossomed with a blue shadow, and fiercely collided with the golden blade. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Powerful, profound skills collided, and waves of explosive sounds rang out. The surrounding disciples kept retreating, and their faces were filled with shock. An elder in charge of the arena shouted loudly, and a burst of light rose from his hand, steadily suppressing the power of the vibration that was being emitted. The arena was covered in a golden color, as if the golden move had already gained the upper hand, swallowing the blue flame. Just when everyone thought that the golden color would be able to extinguish the blue flame, the situation of the battle suddenly changed. The blue flame turned into countless small flames, dispersing and wrapping around the golden blade shadow. Swoosh, swoosh. In just a moment, the golden blade shadow turned into a spider web and quickly collapsed. In the end, there was only the blue flame on the stage that was like a dragon swimming around. A naked figure was still standing tall and straight, but he was already more than 10 meters away from his original position. He opened his mouth and gasped for breath. The blood at the corner of his mouth looked somewhat ferocious, and there was only a broken sword left in his hand. He looked somewhat miserable. And the other person was even more miserable, lying on the ground, blood flowing out of the 7 orifices on his face, and his body was twitching non-stop, even more miserable than if he was suffering from epilepsy. Seeing that the blue flame was about to burn Su Yi, who was lying on the ground, Su Jianan, who was on the viewing platform, shouted, "Elder Ling, please show mercy." Ling Xiao glanced at Su Jianan, and threw away the broken sword in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the blue flame returned to his body. "Su Peak Lord, I respect you as an elder, so I will let this matter go, but I hope that there won't be a next time." Ling Xiao met Su Jianan's gaze and said faintly. Su Jianan slightly cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for Elder Ling's mercy. I apologize to Elder Ling on behalf of this unfilial son. In the future, if this unfilial son dares to pester Meng Qi again, I will personally kill him." After saying that, he flew onto the stage, hugged his body, and with a few leaps, disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 288. As soon as Su Jianan left, there was a burst of cheers. Ling Xiao stroked the Golden Wolf King's soft golden fur and praised, "Good job, I'll reward you with something to eat later." The Golden Wolf King flattered, "Master, you have to give me more to eat. I feel like I'm about to break through, but I don't have enough profound qi." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, patted the Golden Wolf King's forehead, and kept it in the Spirit Beast Bracer. Then, he bowed to the sect master and the group of elders, and left the martial arts practice field with a few leaps. Not bad, not arrogant and not rash. Our sect is about to prosper. Yun Xiong looked at Ling Xiao, who was far away, and praised him generously. As soon as he finished speaking, the elders of the various peaks all had surprised expressions on their faces. They rarely heard the sect master praise someone like this, but now that he said it in front of them, they could understand what he meant. It seemed that the sect master already appreciated Ling Xiao a lot. It seemed that as long as Ling Xiao crossed the king's step, he would definitely become the sect master's son-in-law. Then, Ling Xiao's status would not be the same as it was in the past. Mu Huai's face was full of pride. After so many years, their wooden flag peak finally had a chance to be in the limelight. This was already the second time this year that they were in the limelight, but the one in the limelight was the same person, which made him feel like he had picked up a treasure. Looking at the envious eyes of the other elders, Mu Huai proudly left with his hands behind his back. Wan Haiyan of the Jade Spring Pavilion transmitted a message to her daughter behind her. "No matter what, you have to catch Ling Xiao, even if you have to be a servant." When Kitty's beautiful eyes were full of determination, and she nodded fiercely. In her heart she thought, "This man must be mine." However, just as she made up her mind, she found a whoosh sound not far from her. She turned her head to take a look, but her senior sister Yun was nowhere to be seen. She hesitated, stamped her feet and muttered, "Don't even think about looking at me." After saying that, he also dashed in a certain direction. Ling Xiao did not feel any sense of complacency after defeating Su Yi. To him, Su Yi was just a clown, not worth mentioning. He was in such a hurry to leave because Su Yi's last strike had indeed caused him some internal injuries. With his current defensive ability, even the full-force attack of a low-level king rank expert wouldn't be able to easily cause him a heavy injury. But he hadn't expected that Su Yi's final strike would actually possess the strength of a peak low-level king rank expert, and this was why he'd suffered a slight loss. However, this was not very important. He only needed to meditate for a while. He still had this bit of confidence. However, just as he rushed back to the quiet cultivation courtyard, an unexpected beautiful figure was already sitting in the hall, elegantly sipping tea while waiting for him. "Mengqi, why have you come?" Ling Xiao couldn't conceal his pleasant surprise as he cried out. He'd already entered the sect for 2 years, but he hadn't interacted much with Yun Mingqi. It wasn't that he didn't miss Yun Mingqi, but he felt that he temporarily didn't have the strength to match up to Yun Mingqi. He hoped that he could stand at a higher level than her before going to see her. In this way, not only would his woman have face, the people behind her wouldn't say anything. Yun Mingqi put down the teacup, and her beautiful eyes carried a trace of anticipation. She hesitated for a moment, but still fiercely pounced into Ling Xiao's embrace, causing 2 drops of water to float down. She had waited for this day for a long time. Ever since she heartlessly bid farewell to Ling Xiao in the mountain range, her heart had always been frozen. Afterwards, when Ling Xiao came to the Purple Sky sect, she saw a bit of hope. Unfortunately, she had obtained the inheritance, which meant that she and he were people from 2 different worlds. She felt that no matter how good Ling Xiao was in Ten Bin, it would be difficult for him to catch up to her. However, she didn't think that Ling Xiao would appear in front of her as an alchemist, which made her feel that her hope had become a bit more realistic. Following Ling Xiao's rise in the past 2 years, her hope was no longer hope, but instead became anticipation. She hoped that he would grow a bit faster, catch up to her footsteps a bit faster, so that they could be together. And today, the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed made her feel proud and happy. The current Ling Xiao was no longer that high-level profound practitioner from 3 years ago, but a 4th-rank alchemist who was respected by tens of thousands of people. He was a battle genius who could draw the spiritual chi of heaven and earth for his own use before reaching the peak of Spirit Master. Just based on his previous identity alone, it was more than enough for Yun Mingqi. The reason why she had agreed to be together with Ling Xiao after his strength had caught up to her was because she hoped that Ling Xiao would continue to work hard and reach the king level as soon as possible. This way, she wouldn't have any misgivings about being together with him. Today, the reason why she couldn't help but come to find Ling Xiao was because she couldn't help but miss Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was so outstanding now, and there were many women who had feelings for him. During the large competition, Yu Lian and Bing Ruoshui, these 2 great beauties, had expressed their interest in him, which made Yun Mingqi feel a strong sense of crisis. How should she put it? Bing Ruoshui was her junior sister, and the relationship between them was extraordinarily good. Sharing Ling Xiao with Bing Ruoshui wasn't a big deal, but sharing Ling Xiao with another woman made her feel uncomfortable in her heart. Although experts would always have countless women by their side, she didn't care about this. What she cared about was that she should become the woman who could make decisions among the numerous women, and she didn't want to be the one who was abandoned. So, she had to firmly hold onto this man's heart now, so as to prevent others from beating her to him in the future. Unfortunately, she didn't know how many times this man in front of her had been taken by others. However, from the beginning until the end, the one that Ling Xiao loved the most in his heart was still her. Smelling the waves of fragrance that seeped through her beautiful hair, he hugged her slender waist, and his chest felt comfortable and refreshed from the soft pressure. Ling Xiao couldn't suppress the longing that he had for a long time, so he lifted Yun Mingqi's chin with his finger and fiercely kissed her on the mouth. Yun Mingqi's body slightly trembled, and just as she was about to struggle to leave, it turned into a strong response in the end. The 2 kissed each other passionately, and their hands that were hugging each other kept rubbing. Ling Xiao's fire of lust soared, and the hard thing on his lower body went straight to Yun Mingqi's lower abdomen. Yun Mingqi had never come into contact with the matter of a man and a woman, and her lower abdomen was very uncomfortable, so she freed her hand and gently fiddled with the hard thing. She only wanted to push it away, but who knew that the thing that moved a little, then bounced back to its original position, and it seemed to be pushing against her a little harder. She broke free from Ling Xiao's face, and grabbed Ling Xiao's lower part with one hand, and said puzzledly, "What's on your lower body? It's touching me, it's uncomfortable." At the same time, she also fiddled with it a few times, as if she wanted to study what was on Ling Xiao's body. Hiss! Ling Xiao didn't even have time to reply, after being grabbed by Yun Mingqi like this, and then a few more times, the life rod below was almost like a volcano erupting, and suddenly it was out of control. In fact, this wasn't because Ling Xiao was incompetent, but because he had already been aroused by Yun Mingqi's desire, and moreover, under unknown circumstances, he was touched like this, and if he was a man, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear this kind of suffering. "Xiao, what's wrong with you?" Yun Mingqi asked puzzledly. Ling Xiao awkwardly smiled bitterly. "No. Nothing, you sit for a moment, I need to go to the bathroom." After saying that, Ling Xiao fled out of the hole. Yun Mingqi looked at the hurried Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression, and muttered, "Why do you suddenly need to go to the bathroom?" Yun Mingqi thought for a moment, and seemed to realize something. Her face suddenly became as if it was bleeding, and she spat and said without a face, "It's really embarrassing." When Ling Xiao changed his clothes and returned to the hall, he found that there was an extra person in the hall. Ling Xiao couldn't help but secretly exclaim, "What a headache, why did this girl also come to beat me up really?" Yun Mingqi unhappily glared at Ling Xiao, and then her beautiful eyes were somewhat evasive, not daring to meet Ling Xiao's gaze, and couldn't help but feel shy in her heart. On the other hand, when Wen Kudai saw Ling Xiao without saying a word, she jumped over and hugged Ling Xiao's hand. She even used her soft chest to rub against Ling Xiao a few times and said, "Senior brother, you were so mighty just now, I just like you." When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but pat his forehead. This girl really knew how to stir up trouble. The matter of him proposing marriage to sect master Yun Xiong was known by everyone in the sect, and yet Wen Kudai was so intimate with him in front of Yun Mingqi. This was clearly destroying his stage. "Junior sister, please conduct yourself, men and women should not touch each other." Ling Xiao nimbly removed his hand, and said with a serious face, but in his heart he was secretly thinking, "This girl's chest is quite big." Wen Kudai's expression changed, and she actually started crying on the spot. "Big sister Yun, you see, he bullied me. Is it wrong for a girl to like him? How can he treat me like this?" Wen Kudai seemed to be very sad, and a few tears came out of her eyes. Yun Mingqi and Wen Kudai grew up together, and their relationship was also not bad. So she could only stand up and complain to Ling Xiao, "Can't you say it properly? Look at how you made Kudai cry." Ling Xiao really didn't think that Yun Mingqi would actually stand on Wen Kudai's side, and for a moment he felt sullen. But who told her to be his wife? He could only brace himself and say, "Junior sister Wen, I'm sorry. Senior brother didn't do it on purpose." Wen Kudai said with a sobbing tone, "Is there any use in saying sorry? I'm very sad." Ling Xiao was speechless. "Then what do you think I should do?" He thought to himself that he didn't do anything wrong, so why did he have to apologize? "In the future when I hug you, you're not allowed to refuse." Wen Kudai was speechless. This. Ling Xiao didn't know how to reply, and could only look at Yun Mingqi for help. "Okay Kudai, you're already so old, yet you're still crying. Aren't you ashamed? If you want to hug him then hug him. You're such a beautiful girl, yet you're not afraid of being taken advantage of. He's a grown man, so what does he have to be afraid of?" Yun Mingqi glared at Ling Xiao, and then tried to persuade Wen Kudai. Yun Mingqi's words were very interesting. She was saying that even a man would know shame, yet you, a girl, still delivered yourself to him. Aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of? Don't you feel ashamed? When Wen Kudai heard this, half of her face turned red, and her tears stopped. She muttered, "I don't like hugging him." Ling Xiao looked at Yun Mingqi, and in his heart he exclaimed, "Smart, really smart." Chapter 289. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since the great sect competition. The oath assembly was about to begin. In the main hall of Wooden Flag Peak, Mu Huai sat in the seat of honor while Mu En sat on the seat of honor on the right. On the seat of honor on the left was a handsome young man who had just turned 20. Who else could this young man be other than Ling Xiao? His face was filled with pride, and it was obvious that good things had happened one after another recently. First of all, Yun Mengqi had already come down from the altar and had begun to learn how to get along with him. Recently, whenever she had time, she would go to his place for a while. The two of them leaned against each other at the top of the mountain, in front of the green pines and cypresses, telling each other how much they missed each other. If it wasn't for Wen Qidi being equally clingy, Ling Xiao would have been even more comfortable. However, Ling Xiao didn't know what method Wen Qidi had used to make Yun Mengqi agree to stay by his side. He couldn't help but wonder, does Mengqi not mind if I take Wen Qidi in? Of course, this was just a thought for Ling Xiao. He still wasn't interested in this childish girl. Mu Huai broke the silence and said, Xiao, the day after tomorrow is the day of the Myriad Beasts Lair's Oath Assembly. I'll let your uncle master talk about the Oath Assembly first. You guys listen carefully. There were 3 other true disciples of Wooden Flag Peak standing in the main hall. Mu En's eldest disciple, Chen Wenyu, stood at the forefront. His face was a little pale, and there was a hint of cowardice in his eyes. It seemed that Su Yi's move had caused him quite a bit of injury. Mu En coughed lightly and said, The Oath Assembly is a meeting held by the 36 great sects of the Northwest. It is usually held once every 5 years. This assembly will gather the elites of the various sects, and there will be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Your lives will be determined by the heavens, so you must consider whether or not you really want to participate. If you don't have confidence, you can leave now. At this time, all the disciples, including Ling Xiao, immediately responded, Disciples participate. Mu En was satisfied. Good, there are no cowards in Wooden Flag Peak. He paused for a moment before continuing. Although the Oath Assembly is dangerous, as long as you are united and careful, you should be able to return alive. You must remember that fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Whether or not you can gain anything from the Oath Assembly will depend on your luck. Hearing this, Ling Xiao didn't understand. He thought to himself, isn't this supposed to be a competition? After that, Ling Xiao continued listening, and only then did he find out that according to the previous sect oaths, every sect was required to send their younger generation disciples below the age of 30 and below the king rank to temper themselves in the Myriad Beast Cave. The Den of 10,000 Beasts was a beast region in the northwestern region. Vicious beasts roamed the place, and there were many exotic flowers and plants. It was comparable to the depths of the desolate mountain range. This place wasn't enough for the sect to hold of. According to Mu En, there was a secret realm in the Den of Myriad Beasts. It was the location of a 6th-rank sect 10,000 years ago. However, no one knew how this sect had disappeared in the long river of history. In this mystic realm, there was the accumulation of the sect's collection. Who wouldn't want to break their heads to obtain it? Unfortunately, even though there were treasures of the universe hidden within the sect, there was still a powerful restriction placed at the entrance. Cultivators who were not strong enough could not enter. Even the largest 7th-grade sect in the northwest, the Bright Star Palace, did not have the ability to do so. In the end, all the sects came up with a solution. This method was to gather the old monsters of the various sects and use their own abilities to open a hole in the restriction, and then let others enter to seize the treasures. Unfortunately, even though the entrance had been opened, only martial artists below the king rank were able to enter, and those that had attained the king rank and above would be repelled by the formidable restrictions. Moreover, they would suffer the greatest harm. After repeated attempts, he found out that only martial artists below the spirit master level could enter through the gap. This way, they wouldn't be trapped by the restriction and could directly enter. Therefore, the sects set a rule. Every 5 years, they would hold a sect oath assembly in this mystic realm, and the sects would send their elites in to fight for the treasures. After many sect oaths, there were people who obtained many rare treasures from within, and there were even people who broke through to the king rank. In any case, there would always be people who obtained benefits from the sect oath assembly. However, opportunities and dangers always coexisted. Every time the younger generation that entered the mystic realm, if even a third of them could survive, it would already be considered extremely lucky. Therefore, Mu En had no choice but to tell his own sect's disciples in advance that no matter how great the temptation of the mystic realm was, it couldn't be greater than their own lives. Without their lives, even if they had good things, they wouldn't be able to use them. All right, I've said all that needs to be said. The day after tomorrow, gather at the martial arts practice grounds and head to the Thousand Beasts Cave with the seniors and juniors of the various peaks. I hope that all of you can return alive. After Mu En finished speaking, Mu Huai continued to encourage them. He then said, all of you go back and prepare. Xiao stay behind. After Chen Wenyu and the other 2 disciples left, Mu Huai said to Ling Xiao, Xiao what do you think about this sect oath assembly? With your status, it doesn't really matter whether you go or not. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before asking, how long will this sect oath assembly take? He still had very important matters to attend to, and if it was delayed because of the sect oath assembly, then it would cost him his life. Mu Huai replied, about 2 months at the very least. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before saying, I'll go. Mu Huai saw that Ling Xiao was so reluctant and thought that he didn't want to go, so he tried to persuade him again, if you don't want to go, no one will dare to say anything. It's good to go and take a look. There's no point in staying here all the time, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He heard Mu Huai's concern and was quite grateful in his heart. However, it wasn't that he was afraid of the dangers in the mystic realm, but that he was considering whether he had enough time to find the Heaven Gu divine art. It had been 4 months since he returned to the Purple Sky sect from Guzhai City, so Ling Xiao had to know how long this sect oath assembly would take. If it was too long, he definitely wouldn't go. Just now, Muan had mentioned that the mystic realm in the Thousand Beasts Cave had a restriction that even a 7th grade sect would find difficult to break. It could be imagined that there must be something extraordinary inside. Ling Xiao knew that there were countless experts on this continent. Right now, he was just an ordinary martial artist who hadn't entered the king stage. He wanted to go to the southern barbarian land to find the Heaven Gu divine art. There would definitely be a lot of danger. After all, the southern barbarian land was known as a dangerous place, and ordinary people rarely dared to set foot in it. He thought that if he could obtain some benefits from this sect oath assembly that could help him break through the king stage, then he would have more confidence when he went to the southern barbarian land. However, Ling Xiao didn't have much optimism about going to the southern barbarian land. After all, the high priest's strength was many times stronger than his. It was difficult for the high priest to find the Heaven Gu divine art, and he was only a spirit master at most. How much luck would it take to find the Heaven Gu divine art? Seeing that Ling Xiao insisted, Mu Huai didn't say anything more. In fact, he was very conflicted in his heart. On one hand, he hoped that Ling Xiao could participate. After all, Ling Xiao's strength was the strongest among the younger generation. If he didn't go, he didn't want to care about the other disciples of the sect. His Wood Flag Peak's disciples still needed Ling Xiao to look after them. If anything went wrong, their Wood Flag Peak would be buried in the Thousand Beasts Cave. On the other hand, he was worried that Ling Xiao would die in the mystic realm. Now, Ling Xiao's achievements couldn't be said to have surpassed them, but he had the qualifications to be on equal footing with them. If Ling Xiao didn't return, he would be the loss of their Wood Flag Peak and even the entire sect. After watching Ling Xiao leave, Mu Huai sighed in his heart. A jade that isn't cut is worthless. I hope this child has great fortune. 2 days later, the sect's martial arts practice field was filled with the elites of the various peaks. There were a total of 35 people present. Other than 25 true disciples, the other 10 were inner disciples of the various peaks. As for why there were inner disciples participating in the sect oath assembly this time? Of course, they couldn't let them enter the mystic realm to rob. Otherwise, with their strength, any spirit master could kill them with a raise of their hand. Letting them go was nothing more than letting them broaden their horizons. Staying in the Thousand Beasts Cave to train was also not bad. When Ling Xiao walked over, he realized that he was the last one to arrive. This wasn't because he did it on purpose. It was because he had to bid farewell to Ji Bei-shin before he left. After this sect oath assembly, he might not return to the sect. Instead, he would directly head to the south from the Thousand Beasts Cave. This trip would take at least 2 years before he could return. He had to bid farewell to Ji Bei-shin. Otherwise, he was afraid that Ji Bei-shin would misunderstand. As soon as Ling Xiao appeared, everyone immediately greeted Ling Xiao respectfully. Elder Ling, Ling Xiao didn't have the habit of putting on airs. He smiled in response and looked in one direction. Just as he was about to walk over, 2 different fragrances assailed his nostrils. In an instant, Ling Xiao's left and right arms were fully embraced. What are you guys doing? Ling Xiao looked at the two women on his left and right, and immediately felt like he was in deep water and on fire. Needless to say, the two women on Ling Xiao's left and right were Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyan. Not far away, the beautiful figure who was staring at Ling Xiao with hidden bitterness finally couldn't bring herself to throw herself at him. Yu Laiyan looked at Ling Xiao and smiled tenderly. "When we're outside, I want you to protect me." Bing Ruoshui didn't want to be outdone and coldly said, "I'll help senior sister Yun look after you in case you're led astray by some people." "Haha, women don't like bad guys," Yu Laiyan replied with a charming smile on her face. How could Bing Ruoshui be a match for Yu Laiyan when it came to words? She angrily said, "Shameless." Ling Xiao was speechless at these two women. He now believed that there was such a thing as fate in this world. Weren't these two a pair of enemies? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to bicker with them and walked over to Hua Xiaogui. The surrounding disciples all had pained expressions on their faces. Although they revered Ling Xiao, seeing these two beauties throw themselves into his arms made their hearts ache. When Hua Xiaogui saw Ling Xiao walk over, she went up to him with some embarrassment. Boss. In fact, he had also wanted to greet Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao's status was different from before. Moreover, he knew about the grudge between Yao Feng and Ling Xiao, so he chose to stay where he was and didn't dare walk over. Now that he saw Ling Xiao walk over, his heart was filled with gratitude. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and just heavily patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder. Between brothers, nothing needed to be said. Chapter 290. Among all the disciples heading to the Myriad Beast Cave this time, Ling Xiao's seniority and strength were the highest, so he was allowed to lead the team this time. Ling Xiao did not have any objections to this. He did not expect himself to be able to command others, but it was better than someone pointing fingers at him. Ling Xiao followed the instructions and brought a group of elites from the Purple Sky sect to the trial grounds of the Purple Maple Valley when he first entered the sect. As for why they had to go to the Purple Maple Valley, Mu Huai had already told Ling Xiao beforehand. This was the only transmission array in the Purple Sky sect and even the entire area under their jurisdiction. Ling Xiao had long read about the use of transmission arrays in some books. A transmission array was a teleportation array created by a formation master and a heavenly venerable. It could allow a person to be teleported tens of thousands of miles away in an instant, provided that there was a node on the other side of the transmission array. It wasn't as if one could teleport them to anywhere they wanted. Furthermore, every time they used the transmission array, they would need to consume a lot of energy from a high-grade beast core. Therefore, if there was nothing major, no one would easily use the transmission array. The location of the transmission array was actually near the pool in the depths of the Purple Maple Valley. Seeing this, Bing Ruoshui's face turned red. She stared at Ling Xiao for a long while before saying, "You still remember what you did? In any case, you have to take responsibility for me." Ling Xiao knew what she was talking about, and could only laugh dryly. "Isn't that a misunderstanding?" He thought to himself. Back then, he was still shouting about fighting and killing. Why did he call this young master responsible this time? Forget it, this young master will just suffer a bit and be responsible for the bed. Yu Laiyan, who was beside Ling Xiao, said with a resentful look in her eyes, "Didn't you eat her long ago?" Ling Xiao choked on her words and coughed repeatedly. He glared at her and said, "If I want to eat, I'll eat you first." In exchange, Yu Laiyan laughed foolishly. "It's best if you eat me now. In any case, I'll be following you for the rest of my life." At the same time, he threw a mesmerizing look at Ling Xiao, causing Ling Xiao's entire body to heat up. Ling Xiao had met the old man overseeing the transmission array once before and had a deep impression of him. The old man was still riding on the white snow ox. He held a flute in his hand and looked at Ling Xiao and the others leisurely. Ling Xiao bowed to the old man before explaining the purpose of his visit. The old man had already received the notice. He nodded with a smile on his face and said, "Come with me." He paused for a moment and said, "I used to think that you were quite slippery, but I didn't expect you to have a bit of ten bin. I hope that you can all return safely in 2 months." Ling Xiao smiled but didn't reply. He thought to himself, "Didn't I just take half a cow tendon vine from you? You still remember it? What a stingy old man." Ling Xiao and his disciples followed the old man into the waterfall on the mountainside. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the transmission array would actually be built in such a hidden place. It was really a completely different world. They had just entered the cave when the old man ordered, "All of you stand inside." Ling Xiao and the others didn't have any objections and they all walked 10 meters into the cave. When Ling Xiao and the others were in position, the old man held a few shining beast cores in his hand and threw them all into the empty slot on the wall of the cave. Swoosh! When all the beast cores fell into the empty slot, a strange sound was heard and a screen of light appeared before Ling Xiao and the others. After that, besides the old man, everyone else in the cave disappeared. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao didn't know that he had suddenly appeared in a completely unfamiliar place. "Welcome to the Thousand Beast City." A sweet voice rang out. They saw a highly attractive young lady in her 20s bowing her body to greet Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao and the others were startled and they smiled at the serving girl and asked, "This is the Thousand Beast City?" The serving girl replied politely, "Yes, may I know where the few of you are from?" Ling Xiao pulled out the token and said, "We are from the Purple Heaven sect. May I ask where the people from our sect are?" "So you are our distinguished guests from the Purple Heaven sect. Please come with me. Your elder has been waiting for a long time." The serving girl looked at Ling Xiao's token and then gestured for him to follow. Ling Xiao nodded and followed the maid. At the same time, he began to look around. He saw that the place they were transported to was not like the Purple Heaven sect, which was a cave, but before a city gate. The people guarding the transmission array were 2 spirit master-level experts, and the serving girl was a high-level spirit cultivator. Ling Xiao and the others couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that the Thousand Beast City was a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Ling Xiao and the others followed the serving girl and found that there were several large courtyards on both sides of the main road. From afar, they looked extraordinary and there was a strong aura emanating from them. Ling Xiao had wanted to spread out his mind power to test it out, but he hesitated and did not dare to do so. If he was discovered, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Finally, the maidservant led Ling Xiao and the others to a courtyard that was much smaller than the buildings they had seen before. The serving girl called out to the courtyard, "The Lord of the Purple Heaven sect has arrived." Immediately after, a middle-aged man walked out from the courtyard. This middle-aged man was the newly promoted elder, Xianxia. Xianxia had obtained Ling Xiao's king-ruining elixir and had successfully broken through to the king level, becoming the new elder of the Purple Heaven sect. Ling Xiao had not thought that Xianxia would be arranged to come here and he immediately exclaimed, "Chief Xing, why are you here?" When Xianxia saw Ling Xiao, he nodded happily and then took out a low-grade glazed crystal and placed it in the serving girl's hand. The serving girl smiled and left. "Elder Ling, you're here. Hurry in, Elder Xiao and the others were just nagging about you," Xianxia said to Ling Xiao, his face full of smiles. He was grateful to Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. If not for Ling Xiao's elixir, he would not have been able to become an elder so quickly. Ling Xiao followed behind Xianxia and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Chief Xing, our sect's place is so shabby, but those buildings we saw just now are really extraordinary. I think we should make it more impressive than they are." When Xianxia, who was walking in front, heard this, he staggered and nearly fell. His expression was a little off as he said, "Elder Ling, don't speak so loudly. Let's go inside first and you'll know what's going on later." Ling Xiao and the others did not understand and did not pursue the matter. Within a large hall in the courtyard, the previous generation elder of Wooden Flag Peak, Xiao Songlin, sat at the very center. Beside him were 2 white-haired, youthful-looking elders. Ling Xiao and the other true disciples did not recognize these 2 elders. They were actually the 2 previous generation elders who guarded the spirit-gathering pagoda. The 2 of them were blood-related brothers, but they usually referred to each other as senior and junior brothers. The senior brother was Wu Yulai, and the junior brother was Wu Youxiu. In addition, the daughter of the sect master, Yun Mingqi, was also sitting in the hall. Opposite her was a young man. This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen this young man, but when he sensed his baleful blood aura, Ling Xiao's heart palpitated and he thought to himself, "This person's killing intent is so heavy." Seeing that this person was sitting on the same level as Yun Mingqi and had an arrogant expression on his face, it was clear that this person's status was not ordinary. Ling Xiao and the others first bowed to the people in the hall, and then stood in the middle of the hall to await further instructions. Xiao Songlin nodded without a smile and said to Ling Xiao with a benevolent smile, "Xiao, have a seat." He then turned to Xing Zhantian and instructed, "Zhantian, tell them about the situation here first." Xianxia nodded and turned his head to the seated disciples to say, "This thousand-beast city is already tens of thousands of miles away from our Purple Sky sect. It is the central area of our northwest region, which is where you will be holding the sect oath assembly. Now, you all have 3 days to move around. In these 3 days, you are only allowed to move around within the city. There are all kinds of unimaginable high-grade spirit herbs, profound skills, profound armaments. As long as you can think of it, it can be found here. You can use profound crystals to purchase them, or you can use items of the same grade to trade with others. But you must remember one thing. You are not allowed to use violence within the thousand-beast city, or not only will you suffer, but even our Purple Sky sect will not be able to withstand it. Everyone must remember to avoid conflict with others, or you will be expelled from the sect. Do you all understand?" All the disciples of the Purple Sky sect answered in unison, "Understood. All right, I will bring you to settle you down first. Later, you can look around the city, or you can cultivate in your rooms." Xianxia said. He had just finished speaking when Xiao Songlin said, "Xiao, you stay." Ling Xiao, who had just stood up, nodded and sat down again. "Xiao, you are a 4th-grade alchemist. Later, you can go around the city and have a look. There are many spirit herbs that you will not be able to find. Here are 10,000 pieces of low-grade profound crystals. Take them and see if there are any suitable spirit herbs for you. You will be able to refine more high-grade elixirs in the future." Xiao Songlin was very generous and he gave Ling Xiao 10,000 pieces of low-grade profound crystals with a wave of his hand. The eyes of the hot-blooded young man at the side twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. In fact, his heart was filled with an unconcealable envy. Ling Xiao accepted it bluntly and replied, "Don't worry, Grandmaster, Xiao knows what to do." "Junior brothers, as elders, aren't you going to say something?" Xiao Songlin smiled at Wu Yulai and Wu Youqiu. Wu Yulai and Wu Youqiu smiled bitterly. Their respective spatial rings flashed at the same time, and another pile of profound crystals appeared in front of them. "Take it, kid. I hope you will gain something from this sect oath assembly and break through to the king level as soon as possible. The future of our sect depends on you young people," Wu Yulai said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you, elders, for your kindness." After saying that, he kept all the Xian crystals. "All right, you can go now. If you want to go out, remember to call Zhan Tian. He will be responsible for your safety," Xiao Songlin said. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "Disciple understands." He then turned and left the hall. At this time, Yun Mengqi cupped her hands to Xiao Songlin, Wu Yulai, and Wu Youqiu, and then chased after Ling Xiao. "Xiao, wait for me!" Yun Mengqi called out to Ling Xiao, who was walking out. Ling Xiao stopped and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to come as well." Yun Mengqi didn't hesitate and took Ling Xiao's hand and said, "I didn't need to come, but my father told me to come out and broaden my horizons, so I came first." "That's good too. Let's go out together," Ling Xiao said. Yun Mengqi nodded obediently and then went out with Ling Xiao. Chapter 291. As soon as the two of them walked out of the courtyard, many of the true disciples hesitated. It seemed like they wanted to go out for a stroll. When Xianxia saw Ling Xiao and Yun Mengqi, he hurriedly asked, "Miss, is Elder Ling going out?" Yun Mengqi didn't say anything, instead giving the right to speak to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded. "Manager Xing, Mengqi and I will go out for a stroll." "All right, I'll be responsible for your safety. I'll go with you." Xianxia nodded. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't refuse Xianxia's request. After all, Xiao Songlin had already given him instructions. At this moment, Yun Mengqi waved her hand in a certain direction. "Junior apprentice sister, come over. We'll go together." Bing Ruoshui, who wasn't too far away, nodded and walked towards Yun Mengqi. She couldn't help but glance at Ling Xiao, a complicated look in her eyes. Bing Ruoshui walked over, and Yu Lian also walked over to Ling Xiao's side. She didn't seem to be afraid of Yun Mengqi and even smiled at her. "Senior apprentice sister Yun, can I go with you?" Yun Mengqi was naturally intelligent and kind. She knew that as Ling Xiao grew stronger, the number of women by his side wouldn't decrease. She couldn't chase them all away. Since that was the case, It was better to use gentle methods to make those women close to Ling Xiao submit to her. That way, they would know that she was the most important woman to Ling Xiao. That was enough. In any case, on this continent, it was normal for any outstanding man to have 3 or 4 wives. She was still very open-minded about it. If you want to go, then let's go together. That way we'll have a companion, Yun Mingqi lightly said. Bing Ruoshui glared at Yu Lian. Senior apprentice sister. You're too generous. Yu Lian ignored Bing Ruoshui's words and smiled at Yun Mingqi. I knew senior apprentice sister was a good person. She even affectionately held onto Yun Mingqi's arm. Bing Ruoshui was so angry that her face turned green, but she endured it. At this time, Wen Qidi, who represented the Jade Spring Pavilion, also joined the ranks of the several women. Ling Xiao bitterly smiled, but he couldn't be bothered with them. In any case, with Yun Mingqi here, they wouldn't dare to do anything rash. He waved at Hua Xiaogui. Little turtle, let's go together. Hua Xiaogui was overjoyed. She nodded and signaled to Wu Sixue behind her. Then, she walked over to Ling Xiao. The group left the courtyard under the envious gazes of the other true disciples and inner disciples. Walking onto the main road, Ling Xiao and his companions then noticed that the thousand-beast city was surrounded by stone mountains all around, each of them reaching straight into the clouds, looking extremely majestic. The shops and residences were mostly built at the foot or halfway up the mountains, with spirit trees and spirit grasses adorning the surroundings occasionally. Occasionally, spirit birds would soar through the skies, making it look extremely spectacular from afar, just like a painting of mountains and rivers, that made people feel intoxicated. As Ling Xiao and his companions walked on, both sides of the road were lined with dazzling shops, and the merchants were constantly shouting at the passers-by. Ling Xiao noticed that the people walking on the main road were not weak. Spirit masters and mystic realm martial artists could be seen everywhere. This made Ling Xiao sigh. This place was more prosperous than Purple Sky City, and just by looking at the martial artist here, they were much stronger than the disciples and attendants of the sect. That murderous aura was not something an ordinary person could possess. It could be seen that these people had experienced countless killings to achieve their martial power. With their murderous intent, they were slightly stronger than martial artists of the same level. Let's go to the square to have a look. There are a lot of mercenaries selling spirit grasses there. Yun Mengqi suggested. No one had any objections and they walked towards the square. Because Ling Xiao was surrounded by several stunning women, he attracted the envious and jealous gazes of the people around him for a while. Look, those women are so King beautiful, much prettier than the sluts in the 10,000 flower pavilion. Isn't that nonsense? Compared to them, the sluts in the 10,000 flower pavilion are simply a pile of shit. Only the courtesan in the 10,000 flower pavilion can compare to them. Lower your voice. Looking at their clothes, they should be disciples of the Purple Sky sect. We can't afford to offend them. Humph! What are you afraid of? Who would dare to make a move in the 10,000 beast pavilion unless they're tired of living? Faced with this situation, not only did Ling Xiao not feel that anything was wrong, but he also felt very carefree. He was originally a guy who liked to show off, and with so many beauties surrounding him and enjoying the envious gazes of others, he felt extremely good in his heart. The group of people arrived at a square, and the flow of people became more and more mixed. Many martial artists had set up stalls, and any passers-by could choose to buy. Most of these martial artists who set up stalls were spirit masters, and there were even many that Ling Xiao couldn't see through, so they must be at least king stage experts. Ling Xiao was shocked when he saw the situation, and the few women behind him, besides Yun Mingqi, were also shocked. Spirit masters were the backbone of the various sects, and king stage were the pillars of the various sections. These people actually set up stalls to sell spirit herbs here, which made Ling Xiao a little confused. At this time, Yun Mengqi opened her mouth to explain, most of them are rogue cultivators or mercenaries. They don't belong to any sects, and the high-level spirit herbs or beast cores they obtain can all be sold here. No one dares to cause trouble in the 10,000 beast city. Even people from our sects can't casually make a move here. When Yun Mengqi said that, Ling Xiao and the others understood. Following that, the group walked towards the stalls nearby. Looking at the high-level spirit herbs on the ground, Ling Xiao felt a little embarrassed, and if not for the fact that he had a collection in his space ring, he would have run over to pick them out. As for Hua Xiaogui as an alchemist, he couldn't even be bothered with Wu Sixue, and just pounced on the ground to look at the spirit herbs, seemingly wanting to buy them. Little brother, one look and I can tell that you know your stuff. This mid-third level blue glazed flower will only cost you 10 low-level black crystals. The middle-aged man who set up the stall said to Hua Xiaogui. 10 low-level black crystals, this is too expensive. Hua Xiaogui said awkwardly. Before coming to the 10,000 Beast City, Nangong Changle had indeed given him quite a number of black crystals, but the spirit herb before him cost 10 low-level black crystals, and he felt his heart wrench. It's not expensive, this is the last one, or else I can sell it for 15 black crystals. 7 black crystals, are you selling it? 7 black crystals is too little, if you really want it, I'll pay a little and only charge you 9 black crystals. How about this, let's each take a step back, 8 black crystals. If you don't want to sell it, then I'll go somewhere else first. Alright, 8 black crystals, deal. After some haggling, Hua Xiaogui spent 8 black crystals to buy a mid-third level blue glazed flower, and he smiled at the crowd with a very pleased look on his face. Wu Xixue pulled Hua Xiaogui's ear from behind and said, "You're still smiling, this spirit herb is at most worth 5 black crystals, you're so silly." "Aya, be gentle, it's broken." Hua Xiaogui screamed while covering his ear. "Forget it, Xiaoshui, in front of everyone in the hall, just give little turtle some face," Ling Xiao advised Wu Xixue. Wu Xixue only let go of Hua Xiaogui after hearing Ling Xiao's words, and she still said angrily, "Later on if there's any spirit herb you like, tell me, I'll bargain." Yes, I got it," Hua Xiaogui rubbed his ear and hurriedly replied. Ling Xiao looked at the pair of enemies and felt happy for them in his heart. Based on the current situation, Wu Xixue should have accepted Hua Xiaogui. Although Hua Xiaogui had not become a third-level alchemist, he was already quite good at second-level alchemy. With his Tenbin and Nangong Changle's nurturing, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into third-level alchemy. Ling Xiao and his group then went to other stalls to look at spirit herbs. Hua Xiaogui was still very enthusiastic, but he didn't dare to rush over to buy them like he did before, and instead let Wu Xixue help him bargain. Wu Xixue was indeed good at bargaining, and she cut down a third of the price of several spirit herbs that she bought in a row. Just like that, Hua Xiaogui continued to laugh foolishly. While Hua Xiaogui was buying spirit herbs, Ling Xiao wasn't idle either. The spirit herbs that he was interested in were all rare and valuable, and the prices were not cheap. However, for someone as wealthy as him, he didn't care too much about those few pieces of mysterious crystals, so he didn't bargain like Hua Xiaogui and Wu Xixue. After walking half around, Hua Xiaogui was already short of money, so he had no choice but to stop buying. Ling Xiao and his group walked in front of an old man who didn't cultivate, and saw that there was a green spirit herb in front of his stall. This spirit herb's spirit chi fluctuations were extremely strong, and it emitted a rich life force. The sides of the leaves were shining with a halo, making it seem extraordinary. When Hua Xiaogui saw the spirit herb, he couldn't help but exclaim, Rank 4 high-grade green sun grass." The old man raised his eyes at Hua Xiaogui, but didn't pay him any attention, and continued to drink the wine from the gourd in his hand. "Senior, how much is this spirit herb?" Ling Xiao asked the old man. He really didn't think that he would be able to find one of the spirit herbs that he wanted so much here. 1,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. No bargaining. The old man glanced at Ling Xiao and replied very stiffly. From the looks of it, he seemed to look down on Ling Xiao for being able to afford it. "So expensive, it's not worth it. Boss, let's go somewhere else." Hua Xiaogui sighed. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao didn't say anything and took out the mysterious crystals from his spatial ring to buy it. He swore to get this green sun grass. This was one of the essential spirit herbs to refine the vitality-prolonging pill. How could he not have it? The old man was stunned for a moment, and immediately put away the mysterious crystals. Then, he threw the spirit herb to Ling Xiao. "This is yours." However, just as Ling Xiao received the green sun grass, an arrogant voice sounded, "I'll give you 1,500 low-grade mysterious crystals for this green sun grass. Give it to me." This voice was filled with an unquestionable tone, as if it was ordering Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head. After putting away the green sun grass, he said to the girls, "Let's go, we'll continue to take a look." He directly ignored the person who spoke to him. Bastard, Didn't you hear what I said? The voice sounded again from behind Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and the others still ignored him and continued to walk forward. Whoosh! A figure suddenly blocked the path in front of Ling Xiao and the others. The man shouted at Ling Xiao, "Mother Kerr, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said?" Chapter 292. The Thousand Beasts City, like Guzhai City, was a city that did not belong to any sect. It had existed for tens of thousands of years and was extremely prosperous because of the existence of a sixth-grade sect. It was also because of the disappearance of the sixth-rank sect in the long river of history that the city had once become desolate. Later, an elder of the nearest eighth-grade sect, the Tyli sect, discovered the location of the sixth-grade sect's mystic realm. As the mystic realm was sealed, the previous generation elder of the Tyli sect could not break the seal. It did not take long for the news to spread, and the previous generation elder of the various sects in the northwest all rushed over. This sixth-grade sect that had disappeared for thousands of years was the only and largest sect in the northwest, and one could imagine how much treasure it contained. Hence, the previous generation elders of the various sects stayed in the Thousand Beasts City and tried to find ways to break the seal. As the previous generation elders of the various sects gathered here, the freelance mercenary groups also knew that something big was going to happen here, and they all began to gather here. In an instant, the Thousand Beast City rose again. In the end, three powerful forces jointly divided the jurisdiction of the Thousand Beast City. They jointly set the rules here that no one was allowed to fight here, not even the people from the sections. Anyone who dared to break the rules here would definitely disappear from the Thousand Beast City the next day. This had been personally verified. There was once a middle-stage king stage martial artist who came here and killed a spirit master stage martial artist. He even arrogantly said that no one here could do anything to him because he was the sixth-ranked elder of the Northwest. He Mingi. Who knew the next day his head would be hung at the gate of the city. The people of the River Mingi sect even announced that the dead elder had been expelled from the sect, and it had nothing to do with them anymore. From then on, no one dared to fight here. The one who stood in front of Ling Xiao and the others was a young man of about 25 years old. This young man was dressed in luxurious clothes, and there was a sword flashing with spirit chi hanging from his waist. He stared at Ling Xiao coldly and arrogantly, his eyes looking like they were about to burst into flames. Just as he finished shouting, Lu Ji's bodyguards ran over from behind. Most of them were spirit masters, and the young man himself was an intermediate spirit master. There was also a middle-aged man whose cultivation level Ling Xiao could not see. Ling Xiao endured again and again, but this guy kept pestering him. He stared at him coldly and said, "Where did this dog come from? Get lost." At the same time, Ling Xiao pressed a strong pressure towards the young man. The young man wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand. His face turned red and he could not say a word. "Little brother, please stop. We are from the Tyli sect." The middle-aged man whose aura Ling Xiao could not see through stood in front of the young man and spoke to Ling Xiao. "So what if you're from the Tyli sect?" The middle-aged man whose aura Ling Xiao couldn't see through stood in front of the young man and faced Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao said this, Yun Mingqi had already taken a step forward. She could sense that the middle-aged man's aura was a bit stronger than hers. He should be an intermediate king-level cultivator. The women behind Ling Xiao couldn't show weakness and each took a step forward. They seemed to want to protect Ling Xiao. "Elder Lin, capture him. He dares to be so arrogant in front of me." The young man let out a sigh of relief and called out to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression trembled and he glared at the young man. "Do you remember what I just told you? If you do this again, then immediately go back." The young man's face turned ashen. He clenched his fists and unwillingly glanced at the middle-aged man. Then he took a deep breath and his expression softened. He turned to Yun Mengqi and said, "Miss, do you still remember me?" Yun Mengqi indifferently said, "I'm sorry, I don't know you." In fact, Yun Mengqi had seen him before and knew his name. But she really didn't want to be nice to this kind of person. The young man didn't mind Yun Mengqi's words. He grinned and said, "I'm the 13th prince of the Tyli sect, Li Yu. We met here 2 days ago. Don't tell me you don't remember?" Yun Mengqi didn't reply. She tightened her grip on Ling Xiao's hand and said, "Let's go. I really don't know him." Ling Xiao of course believed Yun Mengqi. That guy was definitely the kind of person who wanted to eat swan meat. Ling Xiao glanced at the young man who called himself Li Yu, and saw that his eyes were filled with jealousy. He patted the back of Yun Mengqi's hand and said, "I understand, let's go." He then said to the young man who was blocking the way, "My fiancée said she doesn't know you. Please make way, we aren't very familiar with each other." You. Li Yu still wanted to say something, but when he thought of the other party's pressure just now, he unconsciously took a step back. Ling Xiao didn't pester him any longer. He pulled Yun Mengqi and the woman behind him and walked towards the other stalls. Li Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at Ling Xiao and the others with hatred. He made a decision in his heart. After being disturbed by Li Yu, Ling Xiao and the others lost all interest. After strolling around for a few more times, they returned. The next day, Ling Xiao didn't inform anyone and went to the plaza by himself. He bought a lot of high-level spirit herbs and spent a total of nearly 10,000 low-grade profound crystals. On the third day, Ling Xiao didn't go out again. Instead, he refined a lot of healing pills in case of emergencies. On the third day, everyone from the Purple Sky sect gathered in front of the courtyard's main hall. Everyone in the hall had changed into the same martial uniform. This was also to make it easier to not mix with people from other sects during the sect oath ceremony. Xianxia looked at all the disciples present and then said to Ling Xiao, "Elder Ling, bring them and follow me. Elder Xiao and the others have already gone ahead." "All right," Ling Xiao replied. Then, he beckoned to the other disciples and they quickly followed Xianxia, who was leading the way. Half a day later, in front of a valley that was suppressed by the twin rock peaks, there were many people standing. Every sect had divided up an area to set up camp and rest. Most of these people were the young geniuses of the various sections. None of them were lower than high-level mystic cultivators. Most of them were spirit masters and all of them had extremely handsome expressions. They could be considered the geniuses of the entire western region. Every one of them had their eyes on the top of their heads, as if they were looking at people from other sects with disdain. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived, they attracted a lot of attention. Xianxia found where Xiao Songlin was standing and brought Ling Xiao and the others over. "You're here. Rest here for a while. I'll tell you about the situation inside," Xiao Songlin said indifferently. After everyone sat down, Xiao Songlin said, "Tomorrow morning, everyone will enter the Thousand Beast Cave. There are powerful spirit beasts inside, so don't go in if you don't have the courage. Inner disciples can only train on the outskirts. True disciples will reach their goal by heading south. The time limit is half a month. If you can't even pass the first test, you won't have the right to enter the secret realm. Do you all understand?" "Understood," everyone replied in unison. "That's good. There's one more thing you must remember. Although spirit beasts are scary, we humans are even scarier. Remember, Xiao Songlin reminded them. Everyone knew what he meant. He wanted them to pay attention to prevent other sects from hitting them when they were down. After all, one less competitor meant one less person to split the treasures in the secret realm. Immediately after, Xiao Songlin raised one hand and a formless energy enveloped everyone. For a moment, they couldn't hear anything outside. At this time, Xiao Songlin said seriously, "Our Purple Sky sect is ranked 8th among the sects in the northwest. There are 7 sects in front of us, especially the people from the Light Star Hall, the Charm Flame sect, and the Heavy Sword sect. Try not to provoke them. Other than that, there's no need to be polite." There were a total of 36 sects in the northwest, ranging from the 7th to the 9th grade. The Purple Sky sect belonged to the upper middle grade. Each sect had its own symbol of strength and dignity, and they wouldn't allow others to easily provoke them. However, they weren't the strongest, so if they encountered a sect stronger than them, they would try not to offend them. The 3 sects that Xiao Songlin pointed out were the 3 most powerful 7th grade sects in the northwest. Each of these sects had heavenly venerable old monsters, and there were also many earthly sovereign realm experts. Moreover, the number of king realm powerhouses in these sects was much higher than that of the Purple Sky sect. The rank of a sect was generally determined by the rank and number of the strongest powerhouses in the sect. In order to achieve the title of a 7th grade sect, the sect must have at least 1 Empyrean level powerhouse, 10 Earth Sovereign level powerhouses, and a 5th grade alchemist. Only then could it be called a 7th grade sect. A single Empyrean-level powerhouse could destroy any 9th grade or 8th grade sect with a single hand. From this, one could see the terrifying strength of a 7th grade sect. The strongest powerhouse in the Purple Sky sect was only an Earth Sovereign-level powerhouse. Xiao Songlin naturally didn't want his own sect's disciples to offend the disciples of the 3 7th grade sections. If things got out of hand, it would be a disaster for the Purple Sky sect. At this time, Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask, "We don't provoke them, but what if they come and provoke us?" Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the so-called 13th prince from 2 days ago. He didn't seem to be a member of the 3 7th grade sects, but he was only second to them. It was terrifying that the strength of the 13th prince's sect was also extraordinary. According to his past experience, the 13th prince would absolutely not let this matter go. After entering the myriad beasts' lair, he would definitely provoke them. Xiao Songlin glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "If you can bear it, then bear it." Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Songlin with a somewhat unwilling expression. Unexpectedly, Xiao Songlin said, "If you can bear it, then bear it. But you must cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Otherwise, I'm afraid the sect will be implicated." "Xiao, I understand," Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. His Grand Master's words were enough. He was confident that as long as his opponent wasn't at the king level or above, anyone who provoked him would only have one end. "All right, everyone get ready. Zhan Tian, give each of them some essential medicinal pills," Xiao Songlin said. After saying this, Xiao Songlin removed the energy barrier. At night, everyone rested at the foot of the mountain. Tomorrow was the day to enter the myriad beasts' lair. Chapter 293. Night fell and the moon shone like a plate. In a camp with a yellow flag with stars drawn on it, a handsome young man was lying on his side on a soft bed. Beside him were 2 beautiful women pouring wine for him and massaging his back. This young man had a very carefree look on his face. Sitting in front of him was an old man. This old man had white hair and a youthful face. Behind him were 5 middle-aged men, all of them looking very serious. "Sixth elder, do you think we can pass the last trial?" The young man opened his mouth and ate a crystal fruit that the beautiful woman had brought in and asked the old man. The old man smiled confidently and said, "There's absolutely no problem. I just don't know if anything else will happen inside. As long as we can pass the first trial, there's nothing to fear from the hidden mechanisms inside." The young man said disapprovingly. The old man looked up and said, "Don't let your guard down. The palace master's plan can't be lost." The young man smiled and said, "I know what to do. Besides, I know the situation inside better than you do." "That's good. Don't worry about the other small sections. Just pay attention to the Charm Flame sect and the Heavy Blade School. We can't let them get ahead of us," the old man reminded. I don't think they have the guts. Otherwise, I don't mind making it so they can't come out." The young man's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. For some reason, the old man felt a bit worried when he heard the young man's words, but he didn't say anything else. In another place filled with pink tents, no sects dared to set up camp within 100 meters of those pink tents. Inside the tents, there was a soft light flashing and a few women dressed in the same pink satin were discussing something. These 5 women all had faces like peach blossoms, slender waists like snakes, and towering breasts. Each one of them was a rare beauty. Their beautiful eyes were filled with a strange aura, and they always had a faint smile on their faces. Any man who saw them would feel as if their souls were on the top of their heads. If Ling Xiao were here, he would find that these women were quite similar to Yu Lian's charm. The woman sitting in the middle had a snow-white veil over her face. She was dressed in a set of silk that was even more gorgeous than the other women. Although her face couldn't be seen clearly, her pair of bewitching peach blossom eyes seemed to ripple with a hint of spring. Just a glance from her eyes could cause any man's blood to surge. There were several hairpins inserted into her scarlet hair, making her look incomparably noble. Her enchanting figure with a golden ratio and her sparkling and translucent jade-like feet exposed in the air were like exquisite works of art that no one dared to casually desecrate. Her scallion-like toes were extremely alluring. The veiled woman held a sparkling utensil in her hand. The utensil was like a wine set, and inside it was a green fruit wine. The fragrance of the wine assailed the nostrils, making people feel relaxed and happy. The woman raised her hand slightly and took off her veil. She tilted her head back and poured the green fruit wine into her mouth. The sweet taste made her feel indescribably refreshed. As for the other women sitting beside her, none of them reached for the utensils on the table. Their gazes were fixed on the veiled woman. After drinking the fruit wine, the veiled woman let out a bell-like laugh. Her laughter was like the chirping of a spring oriole, and it made people feel comfortable all over. Big sisters, don't look at me like that. This is wine brewed from snow-green fruit picked from a 1,000-year-old snowy mountain. Hurry up and have a taste. It can warm your heart and stabilize your mind, said the woman with a smile. After the woman finished speaking, the other women picked up the utensils one after another and drank all the fruit wine in the utensils. At this time, the slightly older woman sitting across from her said, do you have the confidence to block the star child this time? Haha, look at how lecherous he is. How could he possibly escape my grasp? The veiled woman flirtatiously brushed back her hair. Her eyes filled with confidence. You absolutely can't underestimate him. He looks like a playboy on the outside, but everyone knows he's a ruthless person. If you can enter, do your best not to clash with him. In any case, the things inside aren't something our sect can finish. As long as we get what the sect master said, this trip will be worth it, warned the slightly older woman. Sister Lien, don't worry. I know what to do, said the veiled woman. Then that's good. No matter what, we definitely can't let down the sect master's many years of expectations. We definitely can't fail this time, said the woman called Sister Lien. Of course. You've already refined the long-lost alluring sky formation. No one can stop you, agreed the veiled woman. At the same time, in another camp, a coarse young man carrying an exaggerated black heavy sword on his back had an arrogant expression on his face. He casually looked at the bowing black-robed old man in front of him and asked, Hey new, did you bring all the swords? The black-robed old man nodded and then handed a spatial ring to the young man with the heavy sword on his back. They're all inside. There's also a sword stone. The sect master personally ordered me to bring it to the young master. Haha, good. Good. I didn't expect to actually find the sword stone. This time, we'll definitely be able to find the location of the hidden treasures inside, the young man said with a proud smile after receiving the spatial ring. The black-robed old man then said, The sect master hopes that the young master can restrain his temper and focus on the bigger picture. The young man's expression turned cold and he coldly stared at the black-robed old man. Are you going to teach me a lesson? The black-robed old man panicked and immediately knelt down. This lowly one doesn't dare. This is the sect master's message. The young man coldly snorted and said, I don't think you dare. Step down. Tomorrow, keep your spirits up. We definitely can't let those women from the Light Star Hall and the Charm Flame sect play any tricks. The black-robed old man nodded repeatedly and then left the tent. After the young man saw the black-robed old man leave, he put the spatial ring on his finger and then took out the incomparably black giant sword on his back and gently stroked it. From the looks of it, it was as if he was caressing his lover's face gently. He no longer had the anger from before. Buddy, you can't wait any longer, right? Tomorrow you can properly quench your thirst. I believe that the blood of those so-called dog-shit geniuses will definitely make you very satisfied, the young man muttered to the heavy sword with a sinister smile. The heavy sword trembled slightly, as if it was responding to the young man's words. In a camp with a sail that looked like the 8 trigrams, the 13th prince of the Tai Li sect, Li Yu, whom Ling Xiao had met once before, was fiercely charging at the beautiful young girl under his crotch. The girl continued to let out miserable cries of pain. Hearing the screams, Li Yu's face became abnormally excited. As his body moved crazily, he kept shouting, Yun Mingqi, you brat, you're pretending to be noble in front of me, right? I'll fuck you to death. I'll let you know how powerful this crown prince is. Crown prince, I'm Xianxia, not Yun Mingqi. The young girl endured the pain of her lower body tearing and explained. Pah! Li Yu fiercely slapped the girl's buttocks and scolded, You're Yun Mingqi. You're Yun Mingqi. I'll fuck you to death. After a violent impact, Li Yu let out a low roar. The young girl under his crotch screamed even more terrifyingly, and soon after, there was only the sound of heavy breathing. At this time, a hoarse voice rang out, If you're done, then get up. Li Yu didn't know when there was another person in his tent. He was so scared that he quickly stood up and looked at the person warily. The woman cried out in alarm and quickly pulled the blanket to cover her naked body. "Third brother, don't you know that people can scare people to death?" Li Yu said as he looked at the person with a flushed face. Sitting in the tent was a young man wearing a robe with divination patterns. This man had an indescribable sense of femininity. His eyes were like a poisonous snake's, and anyone who was stared at would feel endless pain. He was the third prince of the Tai Li sect, Li Ming. Li Ming didn't even look at Li Yu and said again, "Bitch, get out." Li Yu's expression changed, and he hurriedly called out to the woman who was still trembling, "Get out of here." The woman shivered, and regardless of her naked body, she grabbed the silk clothes that were scattered on the ground. However, the woman didn't immediately run out. Instead, she wanted to put on her clothes before going out. After all, there were still many men outside, and she couldn't stand those smelly men. Unexpectedly, just as she finished putting on one sleeve, Li Yu roared, "Get out of here!" Unfortunately, his shout was still too late. He only saw Li Ming's gloomy eyes flash with a hint of coldness, and with a light flick of his finger, the flame of the candle on the table flashed, and suddenly became a bit weaker. Puff! The woman's movements stiffened, and a hole had appeared on her forehead. There was even a little blood coming out of the hole, and then she fell down. Li Yu looked at the fallen woman and swallowed his saliva. He didn't dare to say anything and obediently sat opposite Li Ming. "Do you still remember the purpose of this trip?" Li Ming asked faintly. Li Yu nodded and said, "I remember. Elder Lin said that you took a fancy to a woman from the Purple Sky sect?" Li Ming asked again. Li Yu didn't dare to hide anything and nodded repeatedly, "Yes." "Humph, if this matter is ruined for other things, I will definitely kill you with my own hands," Li Ming said with a trace of killing intent. After pausing for a moment he said, "Those who dare to ignore our Tai Li sect must die." Li Yu nodded in panic. "Third brother, I know what to do." Immediately after, Li Ming disappeared from Li Yu's tent like a gust of wind. Only Li Yu was left sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, as if he had just experienced some kind of life-and-death battle. In addition to what these camps were planning, the other sects also had their own thoughts and plans. From tomorrow onwards, the 10,000 Beast Cave would be filled with blood. The sky had just brightened. An array of sunlight had just illuminated a corner of the sky. A loud voice came from somewhere, "The sect oath assembly has begun, everyone enter the 10,000 Beast Cave." For a moment, there was a burst of impatience from the various camps. Very quickly, the youths of the various sects all marched towards the 10,000 Beast Cave. Chapter 294. The night before departure, in the Purple Sky sect's camp. Xiao Songlin specially summoned Ling Xiao and a few of the most outstanding true disciples. The true disciples were Chen Wenyu, the head disciple of the Wooden Flag Peak, Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Meiying. They were the top 5 in the direct disciple competition. Apart from these people, Wu Yulai, Wu Youziu, Yun Mingqi, Xing Zhantian, and Lai Mingqiang, who was known as the strongest true disciple, were also present. Lai Mingqiang had already broken through to the king level and was officially promoted to an elder. Xiao Songlin said, "This time, the nest of beasts will be extremely dangerous, and the real slaughter will begin. Every sect will do everything they can to reduce the number of competitors. So tomorrow, before entering the nest of beasts, the others will form a group with the inner disciples. The 5 of you are the strongest in our Purple Sky sect, and you are the hope of our sect. So tomorrow, the 5 of you will form a group with Xiao as the leader. Think of a way to reach the destination, understood?" Ling Xiao and the other 4 nodded seriously. Then, Xiao Songlin said to Yun Mingqi, "Miss, Xing Zhantian, and Mingqiang, you are in charge of taking care of the other group of disciples. If you encounter any danger, you must protect them and not let the other sects kill them." This time, the Oath Assembly had gathered the elites of the Purple Sky sect. If they were all killed, it would shake the foundation of the next generation, so Xiao Songlin's instructions were very necessary. Ling Xiao, Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Meiying followed Xiao Songlin's instructions and didn't follow the others into the nest of beasts. Instead, they waited for an hour before leaving. There was still half a month before they reached the secret realm. As long as they could pass the first stage and reach the destination on time, They could enter the secret realm to search for treasures. Ling Xiao's group of 5 walked through the valley between 2 mountain peaks and saw a towering stone peak. They finally understood why the nest of beasts was named. The stone peak was extremely steep, and the peak was like a sharp blade that pierced through the clouds. At the bottom of the stone peak, there was a huge hole that led straight into the belly of the mountain, so it was not an exaggeration to call it a cave. From afar, this mountain cave was a marvelous sight. It was awe-inspiring. After passing through the cave, there was a large stretch of mountains and forests. The sounds of birds and beasts roaring in unison resounded endlessly. It was truly worthy of the name, 10,000 Beasts. After passing through the grotto, Ling Xiao and the others summoned their spirit beasts. Ling Xiao's Golden Wolf King was the most dazzling. It was a peak Tier 3 Metal Wind Attribute Spirit Beast, followed by Yan Zai's Mid-Tier Tier 3 Fire Cloud Lion, followed by Zhao Nan's Mid-Tier Tier 3 Scarlet Fierce Tiger, and Chen Wenyu's Mid-Tier Tier 3 Azure Cloud Eagle. Luo Meiying's Spirit Beast was the weakest. It was a Water Attribute Healing Spirit Beast, 3-Tailed Cat. Aside from Luo Meiying's Spirit Beast, which couldn't be used as a mount, everyone else's Spirit Beast was fine. Ling Xiao was the first to speak. Senior Sister Luo, you'll have to bear with it for a bit. Let's see who you want to ride with. Luo Meiying's looks were only above average. She wasn't a beauty, but her extremely sexy figure made up for her lack of looks. Before Luo Meiying could speak, Zhao Nan spoke first. Meiying, why don't you ride with me? My Scarlet Fierce Tiger can carry 2 people. When he said this, his eyes unconsciously looked towards Luo Meiying's towering chest. Luo Meiying naturally knew his dirty thoughts. She immediately glared at him, then looked at Ling Xiao and said sweetly, I'll ride with Elder Ling. I believe that Elder Ling won't be like the others who want to take Senior Sister's Ping Yi. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Senior Sister, don't call me Elder. From now on, you can just call me Ling Xiao or Junior Brother. Senior Sister, why don't you consider riding with Senior Brother Zhao? That's right. Meiying. I'm a gentleman. Don't you believe me? Zhao Nan looked at Ling Xiao with gratitude, then replied to Luo Meiying. Bah! You're a gentleman. Luo Meiying spat, then walked over to Ling Xiao and said, Junior Brother Ling is a gentleman. Junior Brother Ling, do you think I'm ugly? That's right. Of course not. Since Senior Sister is so fond of me, then ride with me. Everyone, let's set off immediately and reach the gathering place in the shortest time possible, Ling Xiao replied. In his heart he proudly thought, it seems like my charm isn't just for show. As long as it's a woman, she'll be interested in me. Haha. Seeing that Luo Meiying insisted on riding with Ling Xiao, Zhao Nan's face revealed a helpless expression. He rode the Scarlet Fierce Tiger and led the way. The others followed closely behind and immediately followed. Ling Xiao and the others followed Xiao Songlin's directions and began to rush at full speed towards the gathering place of the secret territory. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they would immediately move forward when they discovered any movement. This was also to prevent accidents from happening. After 3 days of traveling, they had already encountered no less than 10 attacks from spirit beasts. Fortunately, these spirit beasts were only at the 2nd or 3rd level. There were no 4th level spirit beasts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had it easy. At this moment, the 5 of them were resting on top of a towering mountain. After 3 days of traveling, coupled with being attacked by spirit beasts, not only were their mounts tired, but even they couldn't endure it. Originally, 3 days and 3 nights of traveling was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao. After all, his qi was the longest, so he could still endure it. However, there was a woman sitting behind him. Moreover, this woman often used her valiant weapon to poke his back, causing his qi and blood to constantly churn. This caused his condition to not be too good. The 5 of them each sat on a large tree branch to recover their qi. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to use his spiritual power to investigate the surroundings. He was appointed as the leader, so he naturally had to be responsible for the safety of the group. Now that his spiritual power could already cover a radius of 3,000 meters, nothing could escape his senses. If there was any danger, he would be able to detect it immediately. At night, in the dark forest, the roars of spirit beasts could be heard everywhere. Ling Xiao, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Wake up, Someone is rushing over here. Ling Xiao called out to the few people who were dozing off. In an instant, everyone immediately became vigilant. However, their eyes were filled with doubt because they couldn't sense anyone's aura. After a while, there was a rustling sound on the other side. The other four stared at Ling Xiao in shock. They were all puzzled. He can sense it from so far away? Ling Xiao didn't notice their expressions. Instead, he stared at the person running over. Little bastards from the Dragon Sea sect, don't run! A voice came from afar. Not far from Ling Xiao were 7 or 8 youths, both male and female. They all looked battered and exhausted, and a few of them were covered in blood. It seemed like they had been heavily injured. Junior brothers and sisters, you guys run first. I'll hold off those bastards from the Giant River sect. A young man who was the leader stood still and spoke very decisively. No, senior, if you don't go, then I won't go either, a girl said. Hurry up. I can delay them for a while. You guys run. Remember, you can only take revenge for me in the future. The youth urged. That won't do. Senior apprentice brother, we definitely can't abandon you and run by yourself. Another person stood firm. Right, we'll fight to the death with those bastards from the Giant River sect. Killing one is worth it. Killing two is worth it. Yes, killing one is worth it. Killing two is worth it. Haha, I didn't expect you guys to be so courageous. Then you can all die together. The voice from before rang out again. Immediately after, a figure quickly appeared in front of them. This person was around 40 years old and was tall and skinny. He had a sinister smile on his face and wore gray armor. He held a blue dagger axe in his hand. After he stood still, another 10 youths ran out. It was obvious that these were the people who had come to participate in the Secret Realm contest. Hurry up and leave. You're just going to die if you stay. The leading youth from the Dragon Sea sect pushed the girl and shouted at the others. Haha, don't you think it's too late to run now? The middle-aged youth laughed proudly. However, just as he was about to act, he glanced up and faintly said, Come out with an idea, or don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao frowned and looked at the other four. They nodded at the same time and jumped down from the tree. Ling Xiao stood up and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man. We are from the Purple Sky sect and have been resting up here. We don't want to interfere in your matters. With that, Ling Xiao looked at the 4 people behind him and turned to leave. The Dragon Sea sect and the Great River sect were both ranked in the top 10, so Ling Xiao didn't need to be polite to the middle-aged man. After all, they were ranked 8th, and their overall strength was above theirs. The reason why Ling Xiao left was because he didn't want to get involved in their fight. It was best not to cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the middle-aged man was a low-level king, so if they really fought, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. The middle-aged man didn't stop Ling Xiao and the others. After all, his goal was to kill all the little bastards from the Dragon Sea sect. When Ling Xiao and the others walked a few meters away, the middle-aged man coldly snorted. Kill all the men. Keep the women alive. They're still useful. The middle-aged man seemed to be a spectator as he called out to his own sect's disciples. In an instant, a series of dazzling Shen skills exploded on the spot. I'll fight you to the death. The youth from the Dragon Sea sect roared, and the dragon-shaped broadsword in his hand released powerful spiritual energy. Whirl! A series of strange noises resounded around him. The dragon-shaped broadsword was raised high, and a blue dragon shadow soared into the sky. Die! The youth from the Dragon Sea sect's face turned pale. With a roar, the dragon-shaped broadsword slashed towards the Great River sect's disciples. However, at this moment, a blue spiritual energy pierced through the youth's chest. No! The youth roared unwillingly. The light on the dragon-shaped broadsword dissipated, and he gradually fell backwards. Chapter 295. Senior Brother. The youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion all cried out in pain. Ah! While they were distracted, 2 more youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion were heavily injured. Haha, don't be in a rush to kill them all. Leave them alive. I want them to see how I screw the women of the Dragon Sea Pavilion to death. The middle-aged man laughed, his eyes revealing a greedy expression as he stared at the 3 youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion. Bastard! Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. The youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion cursed. That's not up to you. The middle-aged man laughed dryly and waved his hand. Spiritual energy immediately descended on the bodies of the Dragon Sea Pavilion's female disciples, restricting their suicidal movements. You bastards from the Great River sect will die a horrible death. One of the youths from the Dragon Sea Pavilion shouted. At the same time, he chopped a Great River sect disciple in half. Blood splattered all over his face, making him look extremely terrifying. He dares to kill my sect's disciples? Chop him into meat paste. The middle-aged man ordered his disciples. Enough! How can you be so cruel? Luo Meiying, who had been following Ling Xiao, finally couldn't hold back her sense of justice and turned around to shout at the middle-aged man. If the Great River Sect's people were only here to kill the people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion, she wouldn't have interfered. But the middle-aged man had actually wanted to humiliate those women. Some women didn't value their lives the most, but their pure bodies. They wouldn't allow others to trample on them. Luo Meiying was one of those women, so she couldn't help but turn around to stop the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Luo Meiying from head to toe. Only then did he realize how hot Luo Meiying's explosive body was. For a moment, he unconsciously swallowed his saliva and said in his heart, "My God, this woman is really interesting." Luo Meiying looked at the middle-aged man with disgust and said, "Don't be rude when you have to be rude." At this moment, Ling Xiao unhappily walked over and grabbed Luo Meiying's hand, wanting to drag her away. "Junior brother Ling, what are you doing? Could it be that you have the heart to watch him carry out such an act?" Luo Meiying glared at Ling Xiao angrily. "What does the two-sex business have to do with us?" "Come with me," retorted Ling Xiao. He dragged Luo Meiying away. "Bastard, you coward! Let me go!" Luo Meiying kicked Ling Xiao and cursed him angrily. All right. If you have the ability, then go talk to him. Don't end up getting yourself into trouble," Ling Xiao said unhappily as he pushed Luo Meiying away. Then, he turned to Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, and Zhao Nan. "Let's go." Chen Wenyu and Yan Zhe followed Ling Xiao without hesitation. Zhao Nan hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow Ling Xiao. None of you are men." Luo Meiying didn't expect Ling Xiao to leave just like that and immediately scolded him angrily. She thought that Ling Xiao must be a cowardly man who didn't even have the slightest sense of justice. She had always treated him as a leader. "Beauty, are you leaving or not? If you don't want to leave, then stay and play with this king?" The middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao and the others walking away, and immediately revealed a happy smile as he looked at Luo Meiying and asked. To be honest, he already had feelings for Luo Meiying. If Luo Meiying left without saying anything, he might not dare to do anything. After all, the anger of the Purple Sky sect was not something he could bear. However, if Luo Meiying really stayed, then that would be another matter. Luo Meiying vigilantly looked at the middle-aged man and said, "It's fine if you want to leave, but if you kill them now, I'll leave immediately. If you really want to insult their innocence, don't blame me for being nosy." As she spoke, Luo Meiying had already taken out her sword, just in case. "Actually, if you want me to kill them now, it's fine even if I let them go. As long as you agree to one condition of mine, everything can be discussed." The middle-aged man stared greedily at Luo Meiying's breasts and said wretchedly. Luo Meiying was not a fool, she could naturally see the middle-aged man's desire for her, but she still calmly said, "Tell me, as long as it's not too difficult, I'll agree." "It shouldn't be too difficult." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "As long as you stay with me for one night, I'll let them go. What do you think?" You're shameless. Do you know that I'm from the Purple Sky sect? If you say another word, I'll report it to my master, and your Great River sect won't be able to bear the consequences. If you know what's good for you, then let them go." Luo Meiying was so angry that her body trembled. She immediately used the name of her sect to scare the middle-aged man, hoping that he would tactfully let them go. The middle-aged man did not get angry, but instead smiled evilly and said, "Since it's like this, then you can stay with me like them." The middle-aged man decided to throw caution to the wind. Such a sexy woman being pressed under his crotch would definitely be very exciting. He believed that the Purple Sky sect wouldn't crusade against his Great River sect for an unrelated disciple. In any case, after he was done, his movements would be clean and there would be no way for the Purple Sky sect to break. The middle-aged man calculated in his heart and decided to keep Luo Meiying. Fortunately, Luo Meiying was not a brainless person. Taking advantage of the middle-aged man's absent-mindedness, the flexible sword in her hand stabbed towards the middle-aged man's throat. "Elder, be careful," the disciple behind the middle-aged man warned. The middle-aged man recovered and quickly kicked Luo Meiying's long sword away. At the same time, he immediately used his other hand to confine Luo Meiying. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man's king stage cultivation was not stable enough. Although Luo Meiying was temporarily confined, she was still able to struggle free. Immediately afterwards, Luo Meiying cried out involuntarily, "Don't act recklessly. Do you really want to become enemies with our Purple Sky sect?" Luo Meiying was afraid. She hadn't expected that the other party would really shed all pretense of cordiality and not even let her off. She couldn't help but regret her impulsiveness. Hee, so what if it's the Purple Sky sect? Wait until I capture you first, then I'll catch up to those brats from just now. Who would know that I did it? The middle-aged man said proudly, and then raised his claw to grab Luo Meiying's chest. It was unknown whether or not the middle-aged man was deliberately playing with Luo Meiying, but he only used 20% of his strength. His attack speed was not fast, giving Luo Meiying enough time to dodge. Luo Meiying had dodged the attack on her chest, but the silk on her shoulders had been torn apart, revealing her pure white skin. "Tsk, so white, I like it." The middle-aged man readily praised and then attacked Luo Meiying again. The middle-aged man was indeed playing with Luo Meiying. Every time he attacked, he would tear apart a part of Luo Meiying's clothes, causing Luo Meiying to be both angry and embarrassed. But no matter how much she resisted, she couldn't avoid the other party's sneak attacks. Very quickly, Luo Meiying's clothes became tattered, and a lot of her spring scenery was exposed. If you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Luo Meiying slashed at the middle-aged man several times, but to no avail. "Oh, a beauty really looks good when she's angry. I won't play with you anymore. Let's get down to business," the middle-aged man said teasingly. He then said to his sect's disciples, "The Dragon Sea Pavilion's women are yours." "Many thanks, Elder." The Dragon Sea Pavilion's disciples cried out in joy. The Dragon Sea Pavilion's female disciples were so frightened that their smiles turned pale. "I'll fight you to the death." Luo Meiying knew that the other party was about to attack. She planned to go all out. Even if she had to die immediately, she couldn't let the middle-aged man humiliate her. However, before she could use her strongest move, the middle-aged man used his spiritual power to imprison her again. At the same time, he greedily pounced towards Luo Meiying, intending to force himself on her. "Obediently accept this king's blessing." The middle-aged man pressed Luo Meiying to the ground and stared at her with glowing eyes. He was about to use force on her. Luo Meiying was humiliated, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. Just as the middle-aged man was about to enjoy the lamb in his mouth, a strong sense of danger came from behind. At the same time, the Great River Sect's disciples all cried out, "Elder, be careful." The middle-aged man was also not bad. He immediately abandoned Luo Meiying and fled to the front. "Who?" The middle-aged man stopped moving and turned around to call out. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his head would have fallen to the ground. As a king stage cultivator, he could sense an ordinary cultivator's sneak attack one step ahead. Just now, the other party had already landed on his head, so he only noticed the danger. The person standing in front of Luo Meiying was Ling Xiao, who had returned. In his hand was a profound weapon that looked like a sword but wasn't a sword. It looked like a saber but wasn't a saber. He stared coldly at the middle-aged man. Behind him, Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, and Zhao Nan also rushed over. The middle-aged man stared at Ling Xiao and asked, You really want to meddle in other people's business?" Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man. Instead, he helped Luo Meiying up from the ground. Luo Meiying had escaped death and immediately burst into tears. She then threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. She had been ruined just now. If Ling Xiao and the others hadn't returned, she wouldn't have been able to escape the devil's clutches. Although she was a high-grade spirit master, she was still a normal woman. Moreover, she was a woman who saw things as more important than her own life. Xiaonan looked at Ling Xiao with envy and then shouted at the middle-aged man, "Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, our Purple Sky sect and your Great River sect will be irreconcilable enemies." Xiaonan really wanted to teach the middle-aged man a lesson, but he knew he didn't have the ability to do so. He could only try to scare him and hope that the other party would back off. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and a complicated expression flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, "It seems like I can only kill them all. Otherwise, if the news leaks, it'll be bad." "What you want to fight? Our sect's elders are about to arrive," Xiaonan said with a bit of panic. "Haha, then let's see if your elders arrive first or if I kill you first." The middle-aged man heard this and immediately laughed loudly. At the same time, he began to release his king stage strength to its fullest, and the surrounding trees rustled from the vibrations of his aura. "Not good. Quickly dodge." Ling Xiao cried out and immediately pushed Luo Meiying away. He raised his weapon and stabbed at the middle-aged man. Chapter 296. Humph! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The middle-aged man snorted and formed a blade in his hand, swinging it at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight the middle-aged man head-on. This move was just a feint. His goal was only to give Chen Wenyu and the others time to escape. "Senior brother Chen, take senior sister Luo and leave immediately. I have a way to escape." Ling Xiao dodged the middle-aged man's attack and shouted a reminder. "Everyone, leave. Don't let them escape." The middle-aged man was panicking and shouted to his disciples. He shouted as he struck out with both hands. This time, it wasn't just one blade, but dozens of blades. All of them flew towards Ling Xiao to besiege him. "Junior brother, I'll help you." Luo Meiying came back to her senses and raised her sword to attack the middle-aged man with Ling Xiao. At this time, Chen Wenyu stopped Luo Meiying and said, "Don't cause trouble for junior brother. Let's go first." He didn't care if Luo Meiying was willing or not and dragged her away. At the same time, Yan Zhe and Xiaonan took out their profound weapons and opened a path to the left and right, forcing the Great River sect disciples to have no way to get close. Trash! The middle-aged man cursed his disciples when he saw that Chen Wenyu and the others were about to escape. He didn't bother with Ling Xiao and flew toward Chen Wenyu's group. At the same time, he took out a shining blade and slashed through the air. Who knew that at this time, another wave of cold sword light would attack? Sword scar. Swoosh swoosh. Countless sword lights emitted powerful sword chi, blasting the surrounding trees and grass into the air. Ling Xiao was already a high-rank spirit master, and the power of this attack was nearly 100 times stronger than before. The middle-aged man felt a strong sense of danger and didn't dare be careless. He turned around and swung his blade, blocking all of Ling Xiao's sword moves. Not only that, but he also broke through Ling Xiao's attack and slashed at Ling Xiao's head. "Damned bastard! I'll let you know that the dignity of the king's stare is inviolable." The middle-aged man vowed to kill Ling Xiao first, then go after the others. At this time, Chen Wenyu and the others had already released their spirit beasts and fled into the darkness. From afar he could still hear Luo Meiying's sorrowful cries, "Junior brother!" Ling Xiao rose up and blocked the middle-aged man's powerful attack. Puff! Ling Xiao tasted something sweet in his mouth, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His body flew backward until he crashed into a huge tree trunk. Ling Xiao leaned on the tree trunk and took a deep breath. He quickly circulated the Xianxia in his body. A mere king rank is only so. Ling Xiao crawled to his feet and looked at the middle-aged man with extreme disdain. He could feel that his body was in excellent condition. Although he had spat out a mouthful of blood, it didn't hinder him from having the strength of a war monarch. He didn't use his mental strength to instantly kill the middle-aged man because he wanted to use the battle to raise his own strength. He could kill a spirit master when he was a high-level mystic disciple. Now that he was a high-level spirit master, he still hadn't had a good fight. How could he let a low-level king die so easily? If others knew of Ling Xiao's crazy thoughts, they would probably curse him for being a madman. Was it even possible for a high-level spirit master to defeat a king? Ha! He's actually not dead yet? The middle-aged man said in astonishment, then said, "That's good too. This king will let you thoroughly feel the power of a king." He hadn't thought that Ling Xiao would be able to withstand an attack with 80% of his power. He couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao in a higher light. He thought that the disciples of large sects were indeed strong, but he still couldn't escape death. He decided that he must properly deal with this ant. Come, don't disappoint me. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of phlegm, his eyes filled with battle intent. At the same time, a noble golden color bloomed from his body, making the great river sect disciples want to worship him. The middle-aged man's eyes couldn't help but twitch. This kid's attribute light is a bit strange. While the middle-aged man was puzzled, Ling Xiao took the initiative and unleashed a bone-chilling aura. Dozens of chaotic and irregular ice-cold saber lights flew towards the middle-aged man, engulfing him. Wherever the move went, it was covered with a layer of faint frost energy. This was the third form of the Nye family's prideful Chill 6 formulas, Red Apricot Wall. This move was created by wind god Nye Feng's father, Nye Renwang, because of his wife's betrayal. Although the middle-aged man was a king, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of Ling Xiao's powerful attack. He wrapped himself in a thick layer of dark energy and waved his blade once more to block. He was puzzled. Why is it the ice element again? Does this kid cultivate two elements at the same time? However, just as he was about to break through Ling Xiao's sword, a wave of heat assaulted his nose. What's going on? The middle-aged man couldn't wrap his head around it. Just a moment ago, he had clearly felt a chill, but now he felt an unbearable heat. However, he didn't have much time to think about it. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Rising waves!" The blade in his hand flung out, and a blue blade light appeared in front of him, preventing him from being attacked by the blue flames. Ling Xiao's two consecutive moves disrupted the middle-aged man's rhythm. A strange smile appeared on his face, and only an afterimage was left where he stood. "Damned bastard, I'm going to kill you!" The middle-aged man shouted angrily when he'd completely destroyed Ling Xiao's moves. He was a dignified king stage expert, but he was forced by a spirit master to the point where he could only defend. This was too sullen. However, when he saw that there was nothing in front of him, he was dumbfounded. Just when he thought that Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to escape, a crisis arose behind him. Not good. The middle-aged man realized that something was wrong and was about to withdraw. Rumble. Unfortunately, it was too late, and he was hit by Ling Xiao's sword move from behind. Ling Xiao had added the wind element and the phantom shadow steps to his footwork. Even a king stage expert would find it difficult to escape from the combination of these two elements. The middle-aged man wasn't killed by this move, but his dark protection force was cracked. His body fell forward a few steps, and a few drops of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao naturally didn't think that he could defeat this king stage opponent with a single move. He didn't wait for the middle-aged man to come back to his senses, and Ling Xiao changed to a blade move and slashed at the middle-aged man. Rumble! The middle-aged man managed to block it this time, but it was too hasty, and he was forced back a few steps by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's flurry of attacks had just begun. Ling Xiao utilized his extraordinary speed to constantly change his position and surprise the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man could only defend his own area and block ceaselessly. However, he was slightly unable to endure Ling Xiao's attacks that fluctuated between hot and cold. Moreover, his strength was so much higher than Ling Xiao's, so being forced into such a state by a low-level martial artist was something that could be recorded in history. The middle-aged man was furious, and his ordinary face had warped. He didn't intend to defend anymore, and he wanted to end this battle completely. He stomped on the ground with one foot and instantly soared tens of meters into the air. He took a few breaths in succession, and then he glared at Ling Xiao and roared fiercely, "Damned bastard, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces." Originally, he had planned to toy with Ling Xiao to death, but he was caught unprepared by Ling Xiao. If he didn't vent his anger, he could only stop here for the rest of his life. The middle-aged man looked down at Ling Xiao from above, and then he put away his large saber. He repeatedly waved his hand in the air a few times, and dozens of blades converged at the same time. "Go to hell!" The middle-aged man roared, and simultaneously waved his hands. Swoosh! Blades fell from the sky like rain. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes were like a blade as he stared at those blades. Just as those blades were about to explode in front of him, the profound artifact in his hand that was like a sword, but not a sword, and also like a saber, but not a saber, also shot out. Rumble! Rumble! Those blue blades were repeatedly sent flying by Ling Xiao. However, the spiritual power attack of a king-stage martial artist wasn't random. Those blades all contained the full power of the middle-aged man's attack. Ling Xiao was shaken to the point that blood seeped out of his tiger eyes, and the profound artifact in his hand was almost shaken out of his hand. Haha, let's see how many attacks you can block. The middle-aged man laughed complacently. He regained some face, and the blades in his hand shot out again and again in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's defense failed, and he was struck by two peerlessly fast blades. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his body flew back several meters. The middle-aged man saw that Ling Xiao was lying on the ground and stopped attacking. He murmured, "He died just like that, too boring." He felt that Ling Xiao should be dead. After all, Ling Xiao was only a high-level spirit master. How could he withstand two consecutive attacks? Unless he wore a fourth-level defensive armor, he was definitely dead. Unfortunately, his judgment was wrong again. Ling Xiao flipped over like a carp, and his body stood straight like a spear. Haha, a mere king level is nothing more than this. Nothing more than this. If you want to take my life, Ling Xiao, then you'll have to spend the rest of your life. Ling Xiao laughed madly. He had the Vajra 5 transformation technique to rely on, so low-level king-level attacks couldn't kill him. Only a middle-level king-level attack would have a chance. No, impossible. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao had withstood his attacks again and again without dying. This completely overturned the normal rules. All below king level were ants. However, he, a grand king level, couldn't kill a spirit master. Wasn't this too ironic? Right, he must be wearing a high-level defensive armor. The middle-aged man had to find an excuse to calm his panicked state of mind. However, looking at Ling Xiao's naked golden body, he felt his face redden. "I don't believe you can't be killed." The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and put his hands together. The surrounding spiritual power quickly gathered. A huge saber image gradually formed, and a powerful pressure caused everyone below to tremble. "This should be your strongest move, right?" Ling Xiao raised his head to look at the middle-aged man and murmured. Then his expression turned cold. "Unfortunately, you'll never have the chance to use it." By the time Ling Xiao finished speaking, the middle-aged man had finished gathering his power. "You can die without regrets to make me use this move." The middle-aged man glared at Ling Xiao and roared. At the same time, the blade shadow was about to slash down at Ling Xiao. At this critical moment, he felt a pain in his head. Ah! Before the middle-aged man could use his blade, he suddenly screamed. The spiritual power he had just gathered immediately dissipated, and he fell from the sky like a dead dog. Just as the middle-aged man was about to hit the ground, Ling Xiao quickly dashed out and waved the profound artifact in his hand. Rumble! A patch of blood blossomed like fireworks, appearing so poignant and beautiful. The disciples of the Great River sect were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Chapter 297. Ling Xiao held the Xian artifact that was neither a sword nor a blade. His entire face was covered in scarlet blood, and his tiger-like eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he stared at the disciples of the Great River sect. At this moment, he was like a terrifying god of death. A single glance from him could make people tremble in fear. "If you don't want to die, then scram!" Ling Xiao coldly shouted, and the Xian artifact in his hand swung out without any warning. Puff! A disciple of the Great River sect who was standing beside the 3 female disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion was instantly cut in half. "Evil! Demon! Run!" One of the Great River sect disciples was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly shouted and turned around to escape into the darkness without caring about his companions. The other disciples of the Great River sect were not slow either. They wished that they had 2 more legs and could escape as soon as possible. In just a short moment, only a few disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion were left. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and immediately took out a pill to consume. Ling Xiao glanced at the 3 pretty girls from the Dragon Sea Pavilion. He did not plan to say anything else and turned to leave. Unexpectedly at this moment, a woman pounced towards Ling Xiao and knelt down heavily in front of Ling Xiao, saying, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. I will remember it for the rest of my life." Ling Xiao frowned and glanced at the beautiful woman. He said indifferently, "Don't think too highly of yourself. If it wasn't for my senior sister meddling in other people's business, I wouldn't have done anything." With that, he summoned the Golden Wolf King and jumped onto its back, disappearing into the night. Soon after, his faint voice could be heard. "Quickly leave this place." The woman's beautiful eyes stared ahead without blinking. Her expression was filled with gratitude and determination. The woman stood up and said to her companions, "Quickly check if the other senior brothers are still breathing. Let's quickly leave this place." The other two women nodded and immediately split up to check on their companions' auras. At this moment, a woman called out, "Eldest senior brother is still breathing. He's not dead yet. That's great. Let's carry him and leave immediately." That woman cried out in pleasant surprise before leaving with her companion. But before he left, he did not forget to take a deep look in the direction Ling Xiao had left. Not long after the Dragon Sea Pavilion women left, a few huge beasts appeared at the same place. Ling Xiao rode the Golden Wolf King for a short while before stopping. He shouted to the side, "Come out, I know you guys have been following me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Meiying appeared next to Ling Xiao on their spirit beasts. The way they looked at Ling Xiao had changed a lot, and there was a deep sense of respect in their expressions. In fact, Chen Wenyu didn't run far after saving Luo Meiying. He just hid in the forest far away and watched the fight between Ling Xiao and the middle-aged man. If Ling Xiao couldn't escape the middle-aged man's pursuit, they would fight back even if they had to risk their lives. They couldn't do something like abandoning their companions. So, they'd completely witnessed Ling Xiao's formidable combat strength just now. In the end, he'd even revealed his divine might to slaughter that king-rank powerhouse, and they'd been fiercely shocked in their hearts. They were all young geniuses of the Purple Sky sect, and they were all known to be outstanding talents who would definitely be able to cross the threshold of the king stage. Even though they all knew that Ling Xiao had easily defeated Su Yi, the strongest of the true disciples, they didn't think that the gap between Ling Xiao and them was that big. At most, he was only a little stronger than them. They even thought that if they fought with their lives, they might have a chance to defeat Ling Xiao. After all, they felt that Ling Xiao was too young and lacked battle experience. Unfortunately, after seeing the scene just now, they realized how laughable their thoughts were. Only now did they truly understand how terrifying Ling Xiao's fighting ability was. If someone had asked them in the past, could a high-level spirit master kill a low-level king stage powerhouse head-on? Their answer would definitely be no, but if someone asked this question now, their answer would definitely be yes. Luo Meiying jumped down from Chen Wenyu's Azure Cloud Eagle and walked shyly to Ling Xiao, Jr. "Junior brother, I'm sorry." Ling Xiao glanced at her indifferently. "Don't say such meaningless words. In the future, you are not allowed to act on your own without my orders." After saying that, he didn't let Luo Meiying sit on his Golden Wolf King and left. Luo Meiying's face revealed a dejected expression. She knew that she had finally realized that her so-called sense of justice had been too impulsive. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they would have all died. Chen Wenyu comforted her. "Junior sister Luo, let's go. Junior brother did this for everyone's safety." "I know, I don't blame him." Luo Meiying took a deep breath and jumped onto the Azure Cloud Eagle's back. The group once again set out on their journey. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Ling Xiao and the others did the same as before. They avoided as much trouble as they could, and only stopped to fight to their heart's content when they couldn't. In the outskirts of the myriad beast nest, the second and third grade spirit beasts were the strongest. They rarely encountered spirit beasts or beast hordes that were 4th grade and above, so the group didn't face too much danger along the way. During these few days, they also encountered a few groups of elites from the various sections. Ling Xiao and the others didn't provoke them, and those people didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao and the others' strength, so they didn't kill them. On this day, Ling Xiao and the others were still hurrying along. However, Chen Wenyu, who had been opening a path in the air, suddenly had his Azure Cloud Eagle descend and call out, "Everyone stop for a moment, there's a large number of spirit beasts coming our way." "What kind of spirit beast hordes?" Zhao Nan asked first. "I don't know, but there are all kinds of spirit beasts. I don't know what's gotten into them, but they're all running in this direction," Chen Wenyu replied with an ugly expression. Ling Xiao released his spiritual power and sensed that there were quite a few powerful momentum fluctuations not far away. Senior Chen, go up and take a look. See what's going on, Ling Xiao instructed with a frown. Chen Wenyu nodded and once again had his azure cloud eagle fly into the air. Ling Xiao then turned to Yan Zhe and Zhao Nan and said, "Put away your spirit beasts and hide in the trees to take a look." The two of them nodded in agreement and put away their spirit beasts at the same time. Then, they immediately jumped into the trees to hide. Not long after, Chen Wenyu's azure cloud eagle descended again. Chen Wenyu revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and said, "Junior Chen, there seems to be some kind of spirit object in that direction. Those spirit beasts are all heading in that direction." Spirit object? Ling Zhao's eyelids twitched as he asked. "It should be a high-grade spirit herb or spirit fruit. Should we go take a look?" Chen Wenyu suggested with an excited look in his eyes. At this moment, Yan Zhe and Zhao Nan both revealed looks of pleasant surprise and said in unison, "Let's go take a look." Since Ling Xiao hadn't said anything, they didn't dare to make the decision on their own. A spirit object that could make so many spirit beasts go crazy must be extraordinary. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "Since we have this kind of opportunity, let's go take a look. However, don't act rashly. We must wait and see. If anything goes wrong, immediately retreat back to where we came from. Do you understand?" The other four all replied, "Understood." With Chen Wenyu leading the way in the air, the few of them quickly arrived at a sunken valley. Originally, Chen Wenyu wanted to get closer to the place with the most spirit beasts. However, when he saw a golden shadow in the sky not far away, his expression immediately changed and he hurriedly urged the azure cloud eagle to descend. Ling Xiao was puzzled and asked, "Senior Chen, what's wrong?" Rank 4 golden feathered eagle. Chen Wenyu pointed to the sky and said with a trembling voice, "Golden feathered eagle." The others all exclaimed at the same time. "That's right, it seems to be heading towards the front." Chen Wenyu replied with an ugly expression. The golden feathered eagle was a rank 4 high-rank spirit beast. Its strength was equivalent to a king stage martial artist. It was ferocious and cruel. It liked to eat snake meat and humans. Its attack power was extremely strong and it belonged to the king spirit beast of the sky. "This is not good," Zhao Nan said hurriedly. Yan Zhe said in a deep voice, "It seems that there really is a spirit object in that place." At this time, Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Meiying all looked at Ling Xiao anxiously. Their hearts were already beating like drums. Facing a rank 4 spirit beast was not a joke. They could lose their lives at any time, so they had to be cautious. Although Ling Xiao had the ability to defeat a king stage martial artist, it didn't mean that he could kill this ferocious golden feathered eagle. What's more, there were many unknown spirit beasts in front of them. This time, they were really not optimistic. Ling Xiao glanced at them and said lightly, "I plan to go and take a look." The other four revealed surprised expressions. Luo Meiying disagreed. "Junior brother, it's too dangerous. It's not worth it." Ling Xiao smiled lightly. "I'll go by myself. It won't be a problem to save my life, but if I bring you guys, I'm afraid." Chen Wenyu understood what Ling Xiao was trying to say. "Why don't we go back and wait for you there?" "No, I don't agree. What if? What if?" Luo Meiying replied anxiously, but she was too embarrassed to say the rest of the words. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Just do as senior brother Chen said. You guys go back and wait for me for 2 days. I'll definitely come back within 2 days." After saying that, he didn't wait for the others to speak and rushed towards the valley in front of him. Luo Meiying looked at the figure. Her heart was anxious and helpless. Chen Wenyu said, "Let's go, I believe that junior brother will be fine." After saying that, he also began to walk back. The others hesitated for a moment, but still followed him back. The closer Ling Xiao got, the slower his speed became. He could already see a few rank 3 spirit beasts in front of him. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a gust of wind and he quickly looked up. He saw a giant golden eagle with its wings spread and landed steadily on a big tree. The eagle only glanced at Ling Xiao for a moment before staring straight ahead. It seemed to have no interest in Ling Xiao, or perhaps it didn't even put him in its eyes. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was closely sizing up the golden eagle not far away. It was nearly 2 meters tall, with light yellow feathers, huge claws like iron hooks, and bloodthirsty and ferocious eagle eyes. The most dazzling thing was the golden feather crown on its head, which was filled with a noble aura. What a good golden eagle! Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise in his heart. Chapter 298. Ling Xiao noticed that the golden-feathered eagle was ignoring him, so he continued to fly forward. Finally, he landed on the trunk of a giant tree and looked down at the situation below like the golden-feathered eagle. At this time, he saw that there were more than 100 different spirit beasts in front of him, and his heart was in turmoil. 2 third-rank intermediate golden-haired apes, 3 third-rank intermediate scarlet flame tigers, 6 third-rank intermediate spotted lizards, and 15 third-rank intermediate coyote wolves. These were the lowest-level spirit beasts that Ling Xiao saw in front of him. In addition, there was a third-rank advanced three-tailed lion, a third-rank advanced red phosphor rat, and a third-rank advanced purple lightning marten. There were more than 20 third-rank spirit beasts in total. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was not just these. The 4 spirit beasts in front of all the other spirit beasts were the ones that gave Ling Xiao a headache. One was a black shadow leopard, a 4th-rank low-level dark attribute spirit beast. Its whole body was black and shiny, and its huge body was more than 4 meters long. Its whip-like tail was constantly sweeping, as if it was impatient. One was a steel-armored dragon, a 4th-rank low-level earth attribute spirit beast. Its spikes were like armor, and it looked ferocious. Its big eyes were emitting a fierce light. One of them was a one-eyed evil beast, a rank 4 middle-stage poisonous spirit beast. It had a strange beast body that looked like an air sac. It opened its big mouth and spat out waves of gray fog. Wherever the fog went, the weeds would immediately wither. It had a big eye on top of its head. One of them was a flame-patterned python, a mid-rank 4th-rank spirit beast of the fire attribute. It had a red and yellow snake-like body and was as big as 2 people hugging together. Half of its body was straight up, and its triangular head was constantly flicking its forked tongue, emitting a hissing sound. In front of these spirit beasts, there was a spirit tree that was as tall as half a person. Hanging on the tree were 5 spirit fruits that were shaped like gourds. Each of the 5 spirit fruits had a different color: red, yellow, blue, green, and purple. They were like stars in the night sky, and they were extremely beautiful. This was the 5-color calabash holy fruit. The holy gourd fruit was a high-grade spirit fruit. It could bear fruits of 9 different colors at most, and it was known as the 9-colored holy gourd fruit. Every fruit had an extraordinary effect. In addition to increasing a warrior's pure attributes by 30%, it also contained pure spiritual power. It could help a king-stage warrior advance by 1 level, or a spiritual master advance by 2 levels. It could also increase the range of spiritual power a spiritual master could sense, and increase the chances of a king-stage warrior entering the emperor stage. Moreover, it wouldn't shake a warrior's foundation. Apart from that, it could also be used to refine high-grade 5 medicinal pills. These effects could make any martial artist go crazy. Furthermore, apart from its great effect on human cultivators, the holy gourd fruit also had an extraordinary effect on spirit beasts. If any spirit beast were to consume a holy gourd fruit, not only would it be able to raise its grade, it could also stimulate the spirit beast's primordial bloodline and increase the spirit beast's grade. In other words, it could allow low-ranked spirit beasts to mutate into high-ranked spirit beasts, which would have a greater chance of advancing in the future. This was also the reason why so many spirit beasts were lured here. Ling Xiao was completely shocked by this holy gourd fruit. He really didn't expect to encounter such a precious holy gourd fruit here. An unprecedented sense of urgency welled up in his heart. I must get it. Ling Xiao licked his lips and made up his mind. As long as he waited for these 5 holy gourd fruits, Ling Xiao would be able to speed up his breakthrough to the king stage, or he would be able to quickly advance another level after breaking through to the king stage. How could he not be tempted by such a great temptation? However, there were so many spirit beasts in front of him, and he felt his scalp go numb. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth was undoubtedly courting death. Fortunately, this holy gourd fruit was not ripe yet, and all the spirit beasts were waiting patiently, giving him a buffer time to think. Ling Xiao recalled the records about the holy gourd fruit in the catalogue of magic herbs. Generally, wherever the holy gourd fruit grew, there would be a guardian spirit beast, the colorful toad. The colorful toad was a kind of high-level spirit beast, and as soon as it was born, it possessed the strength of a second-rank spirit beast. The highest-ranked colorful toad could reach a ninth-rank existence, and it was already infinitely close to the category of a divine beast. Ling Xiao closed his eyes, and his mental power gradually spread out toward the holy gourd fruit. Nothing within 100 meters of the holy gourd fruit could escape Ling Xiao's eyes and ears. After checking twice, he actually did not find the colorful toad, and this made Ling Xiao very surprised. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Ling Xiao slowly checked again, and this time, he was more careful, and did not let go of any abnormalities in his surroundings. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's mental power stopped on a strange rock. This brown rock was in a messy pile of rocks, and at first glance, it did not seem special, but if one looked carefully, one would find that the rock had colorful stripes, and there were round pustules protruding on the rock, which looked extremely disgusting and strange. It really hid well. I was almost fooled. Ling Xiao secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He could already confirm that the brown rock was the colorful toad. Looking at the patterns on it, Ling Xiao was sure that this colorful toad had at least the terrifying strength of a fifth-rank spirit beast. A fifth-rank spirit beast was equivalent to a human martial artist's Earth Emperor stage existence. Even if all the spirit beasts here joined forces, they may not be a match for this colorful toad. For no reason, Ling Xiao was a little nervous. If this colorful toad were to go crazy, he would be completely unable to stop it. What should I do? Do I still want it? Ling Xiao secretly calculated in his heart. On one hand, there was the great temptation of the five-colored holy gourd fruit. On the other hand, there was the danger of losing his life at any time. It was really too difficult to make a decision. Although riches were found in danger, the danger this time was more frightening than before. Ling Xiao really did not have the slightest confidence. Looking at the colorful toad and the five-colored holy gourd, Ling Xiao's expression constantly changed. Forget it, I'll stay here and see what happens first. Maybe I can pick up a ready-made ping-yi. Ling Xiao glanced at the golden feathered eagle, in his heart wondering if there was a chance to take advantage of the situation. After all, there was only one colorful toad, and there were so many third and fourth-rank spirit beasts here. Even if he could not kill the colorful toad, at least he could injure it severely. Then his chance had come. Making up his mind, Ling Xiao began to conceal his breath on the tree, quietly waiting for the five-colored holy gourd to ripen. Soon, a day had passed. The five-colored holy gourd tree in front of him shone brightly, and more spirit beasts gathered here, among which there was no lack of a few fourth-rank spirit beasts. The strongest spirit beasts were the earth-splitting violent tiger and the tempest-greedy wolf, which were of the same rank as the golden feathered eagle. Bursts of fragrant fruit aroused the greed of all the spirit beasts, and their saliva dripped all over the ground. Ling Xiao also began to stare at the colorful fruit tree, his mood abnormally excited. Whoosh! A five-colored light bloomed into the sky. The people of the other sects not far from here all sensed the changes here. No one hesitated, and all rushed over. Oh no, there are so many auras sweeping over here. Ling Xiao cried inwardly. He had already sensed many powerful auras flying over at full speed. Roar! For a moment, all the spirit beasts began to roar, fighting over the fruit. The beast roars soared into the sky, causing the surrounding forest to emit a desolate killing intent. The king stage powerhouses who rushed over looked down at the five-colored holy gourd tree with greedy expressions. More than a dozen king stage powerhouses were the elders of the various sects, and the purple sky sect's leader was Lai Ming Chong. Heavens, it's the five-colored holy gourd fruit. One of the king stage powerhouses who rushed over couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder so many spirit beasts were attracted here. It looks like it won't be easy to seize it, another king stage powerhouse said. I heard that places with holy gourd fruit would have colorful toads. Why don't I see them? Look, the spirit beasts below are fighting. 300 meters away from the holy gourd fruit, the third-rank spirit beasts began to tear each other apart. The fourth-rank shadow leopard, armored dragon, one-eyed evil beast. These spirit beasts didn't participate in the battle. Instead, they slowly walked towards the holy gourd fruit. When they were 50 meters away from the holy gourd fruit, they all stopped and drooled non-stop, their eyes filled with greed. Screech! The third-rank violet electric marten was the fastest. It pierced through the crowd of spirit beasts and shot towards the holy gourd fruit like a bolt of lightning. Roar! The black shadow leopard was the closest to it. It roared and pounced forward, tearing the swift violet lightning marten into pieces. It bit the violet electric marten's neck and fiercely shook it a few times before throwing it away. In the end, the marten crashed heavily into a tree and died. Just like that, the third-rank violet electric marten became a corpse. The spirit beasts fighting nearby all felt the high-rank aura of the shadow leopard, and for a moment, all of them were intimidated. Third-rank spirit beasts already had basic intelligence and knew what fear was. However, there were also some spirit beasts who weren't afraid of death. A dozen coyote wolves shot dozens of earth blades at the armored dragon at the same time, trying to blast open a path on the other side. Rumble! The armored dragon didn't dodge, allowing the earth blades to hit its body. It kicked up a cloud of dust around it. When the dust settled, the armored dragon was unharmed and even turned around to charge at the dozen coyote wolves. Slap! The armored dragon's giant tail was like an iron pillar as it swept towards the 3 coyote wolves at the front. Woo-woo! In an instant, the 3 coyote wolves were swept far away, and they even let out miserable cries. The armored dragon didn't stop there. Instead, it charged into the retreating coyote wolves and kept swinging its giant tail. A moment later, the dozen coyote wolves were scattered all over the place. None of them survived. The third-rank spirit beasts were all scared. They gradually retreated far away and didn't dare to get close to the holy gourd fruit. They already realized that it was no longer something they could touch. Chapter 299. Damn it, 4th-rank spirit beasts are really scary. A king stage warrior in the sky cursed. Unless the supreme elder can rush over, we won't get a share of these gourd fruits. Another king stage warrior said, Look, isn't that a golden feathered eagle? A sharp-eyed king stage warrior finally noticed the golden feathered eagle on top of a giant tree. Let's run before it moves. Swoosh. In an instant, a few king stage warriors who were afraid of death ran away without hesitation. A 4th-rank golden feathered eagle was equivalent to a human king stage warrior, and it was a cruel spirit beast that liked to eat humans, so of course it had a certain deterrent effect. There were only 7 king stage warriors left, and Lai Ming of the Purple Sky sect didn't run away. He just looked at the gourd fruits greedily, thinking about how to get them. At this time, a middle-aged man in a starry robe said indifferently, There are a total of 5 divine fruits in the gourd. Why don't we work together to drive away these spirit beasts, and then fight for them with our own strength? A brawny man with a giant sword on his back looked at the middle-aged man arrogantly, and finally nodded, I have no problem with that. I also have no problem with that. At this time, the others all responded in unison. If that's the case, then let's go down. We don't want to be trampled by those spirit beasts. The middle-aged man in the starry robe said as he took the lead and flew down. At the same time, a bronze mirror appeared in his hand. The bronze mirror flashed, and a pure white light blasted towards the 4th-rank dark leopard. This middle-aged man was a king stage warrior of the light attribute, and he chose the dark leopard because he wanted to use light to counter darkness. It was indeed a wise move. In the eyes of others, they thought that he was too picky. He actually chose the weakest dark leopard among the 4th-rank dark leopards. The brawny man with a giant sword on his back cursed, Shameless! Then, he also took out his giant sword and found his opponent, the armored dragon. The other king stage warriors also made their moves. They all chose the 4th-rank low or middle-rank spirit beasts, and no one dared to provoke the higher-rank spirit beasts. Rumble! For a time, the scene became abnormally chaotic. Giant trees were blasted into smithereens, and rocks were sent flying. Only the striped rock remained in its original spot, seemingly unaffected by any attack. Ling Xiao hurriedly retreated to a safe place to hide. At the same time, he activated the Vajra 5 transformation technique, ready to defend against any random energy attacks. At this time, the middle-aged man in the starry robe who attacked the Black Shadow Panther first actually managed to severely injure the Black Shadow Panther within 3 moves. From this, it could be seen that the middle-aged man's strength was definitely not low level. At the very least, he was at the middle level or high level. After the middle-aged man sent the Black Shadow Leopard flying, he did not stop and instantly flew towards the gourd of holy fruits. A pleased smile appeared on his face, as if the gourd of holy fruits belonged to him. The one-eyed demonic beast, which no one had provoked until now, caught sight of the middle-aged man in the starry robe and sprayed a mouthful of poisonous mist at him. Humph, what can a mere poisonous fog do to me? The middle-aged man in the starry robe snorted disdainfully and leaped up. The copper mirror in his hand flashed again, and a ball of light shone towards the one-eyed demonic beast. However, the one-eyed demonic beast was not afraid of the brilliant light attack. Its single eye also flashed with a gray beam of light, which collided with the light emitted by the copper mirror. Swoosh swoosh. The two beams of light instantly dissipated, and the middle-aged man in the starry robe was not in the mood to continue fighting. He seized the opportunity and once again flew towards the gourd of holy fruits. He had already raised his speed to the extreme, and the one-eyed demonic beast could not catch up. Seeing that the middle-aged man in the starry robe was about to succeed, the advanced stage 4th order Tempest greedy wolf pounced towards him like a bolt of lightning, its deep fangs filled with bloodlust. The middle-aged man in the starry robe had no choice but to retreat again. On the other side, the burly man with the huge back had already chopped off the steel-armored dragon's huge tail. The steel-armored dragon let out a panicked scream and did not dare to continue fighting. It turned and ran towards the forest. Trying to escape? No way! The burly man snorted disdainfully. With a single kick, he chased after the steel-armored dragon and cut it in two from his vantage point. The fresh blood was splattered all over the grass, giving off an unusually foul stench. However, not every king rank expert was able to smoothly defeat their opponents. A king stage martial artist wielding a pair of hooks went up to the advanced stage 4th order flame python. At first, he was able to restrain the flame python's elemental attacks by relying on his water attribute, and he even managed to break the snake's body several times. He thought that victory was in his grasp, but unfortunately, he made a mistake in dodging and was tightly bound by the flame python's coiled body. In the end, the king stage martial artist did not struggle much and was directly strangled to death. The rest of the king stage martial artists were battered and exhausted by their opponents and their own spirit beasts. At the same level, the strength of spirit beasts was much stronger than that of humans. Lai Mingqiang of the Purple Sky sect was a careful and cautious person. He did not go up against the spirit beast alone, but instead went up against a four-winged mantis with another king stage martial artist. During the battle, Lai Mingqiang did not go all out. Instead, he allowed the other king stage martial artist to fight the four-winged mantis while he launched sneak attacks from time to time. The king stage martial artist who had joined hands with him was so angry that he vomited blood. He could not help but cuss. "You are too shameless. Why are you not using your ultimate move to kill it?" Lai Mingqiang grinned and didn't pay attention to his opponent. He just kept dodging and fighting. The four-winged mantis seemed to think that the king stage martial artist was its strongest opponent, so it did not pay much attention to Lai Mingqiang. It only chased after the king stage martial artist, vowing to kill him. The king stage martial artist was about to go crazy. He had no choice but to use all of his strength and finally cut off one of the wings of the four-winged mantis, which could be considered as a heavy blow to the mantis. Lai Mingqiang seized the opportunity, and the golden spear in his hand pierced through the tail of the four-winged mantis with irresistible force. The four-winged mantis let out a blood-curdling scream and fell heavily from the sky, dead. Lai Mingqiang glanced disdainfully at the panting king stage martial artist and hid far away, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this time, the battle had reached its climax. The tempest-greedy wolf and the earth-splitting violent tiger had already begun to fight against the star-robed old man and the towering man. The other fourth-grade spirit beasts were still fighting against the king stage martial artist, and it was difficult to determine who was superior for a while. Although the battle was quite fierce, the holy fruit in the center of the gourd was not damaged at all. It seemed that as long as any energy sputtered over, it would inexplicably dissipate. Suddenly, the cry of an eagle resounded through the sky. Whoosh! A giant golden figure flew towards the holy gourd fruit at an unimaginably fast speed. In just an instant, it arrived half a meter away from the holy fruit. The tempest-greedy wolf and the earth-splitting violent tiger did not care about their opponents and ran towards the holy fruit. The star-robed middle-aged man and the towering man also realized the urgency of the situation, and they simultaneously used their powerful profound skills to attack the giant golden figure. Rumble! A powerful energy curtain rippled around the holy fruit. All the king stage martial artists were dumbfounded. How could the holy fruit survive such a powerful energy attack? Whoosh! A strange sound came out, and a gray smoke spread out. All the king stage martial artists retreated at the same time, and the golden feathered eagle also let out a strange cry and hurriedly fled from the smoke. The tempest-greedy wolf's reaction was not slow, but the earth-splitting violent tiger was the slowest, and was swallowed by the smoke. When the smoke gradually dissipated, a spirit beast the size of a small hill appeared in front of everyone. Wasn't this the colorful toad that had been quietly guarding the holy fruit? No one had expected that the rock that had been guarding the holy fruit was actually the colorful toad in disguise. Looking at the pile of white bones beside the colorful toad, everyone's expression changed. Wasn't that the skeleton of the earth-splitting violent tiger? It had actually been corroded by a cloud of poisonous smoke. The colorful toad stood guard in front of the gourd's holy fruit, which was completely unscathed. It let out a series of whooshing noises, and a few wisps of poisonous mist constantly sprayed out from its nostrils. Its large, eerily calm eyes looked around at the enemies who wanted to snatch its spirit fruit. It's the colorful toad," a king stage martial artist exclaimed, trembling. "What a strong poison. I'm afraid even the elders wouldn't dare to approach it." Another king stage martial artist sighed. "Looks like it's over." The earth-splitting violent tiger was swallowed by the poison in an instant. This colorful toad is at least of the 5th rank. Everyone's expressions changed, and they were all hesitating whether or not they should try to snatch the fruit. The tempest-greedy wolf didn't dare to advance, and it just stood there, baring its fangs at the colorful toad. The golden-feathered eagle let out a series of screeches, and circled in the air, as if it was unwilling to give up. "Everyone, let's attack together and kill the colorful toad first." At this time, the star-robed middle-aged man suggested again. As soon as he finished speaking, the bronze mirror in his hand flashed, and several rays of light shot towards the colorful toad. The others didn't hesitate, and they all used their most powerful mystical skills to attack the toad. The tempest-greedy wolf and the golden-feathered eagle also joined the fray, and they also released elemental attacks towards the colorful toad. Whoosh! The colorful toad didn't want to sit still, and it opened its huge mouth, took a deep breath, and actually sucked in all the energy that was blasted towards it into its stomach. In an instant, its body that was originally 4 meters tall grew to 6 or 7 meters tall, and it looked very spectacular. Whoosh! As it cried out, the energy that it had sucked into its stomach was actually spat out, and it blasted towards the king stage martial artists in the sky. "Oh no!" The star-robed elder cried out in alarm, and was the first to run away. The second person to react was the brawny man, and the others were half a beat slower. 3 low-level king stage martial artists were the slowest to react, and they were directly blasted into smithereens by the energy ball. The few who managed to escape wiped off their cold sweat. At this time, a few beads of cold sweat dripped down Li Mingqiang's face, and he hesitated for a moment, then turned around and disappeared into the sky. He knew that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to fight for the 5-colored gourd holy fruit, and it was better for him to retreat as soon as possible, lest he died like the other 3. Chapter 300. Ling Xiao clearly saw the fierce battle just now. Although he did not participate in it, he could still feel the threat of death. The clothes on his back were soaked. Looking at Li Mingqiang who was leaving, he could not help but admire him. Those who knew how to make choices could usually live longer. "Damn, that's too scary." Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and cursed. He even had the idea of retreating. Just as he was about to turn around, the tempest-greedy wolf sent out a few wind blades to attack the colorful toad. At the same time, the tempest-greedy wolf dashed forward. It wanted to use the wind blades to distract the colorful toad and seize the opportunity to steal the colorful gourd holy fruit. It was too bold. Not only was it bold, but the golden-feathered eagle in the air was also not willing to be outdone. It swooped down in a straight line. "Bastard, let's do it." The middle-aged man in the robe gritted his teeth and formed a complicated hand seal. Balls of spiritual energy quickly gathered. The brawny man next to him also began to practice with a giant sword in his hand. Rays of sword light intertwined and formed a sword net. The remaining 2 king stage experts didn't mind, and they used their strongest moves one after another. The middle-aged man in the robe was the first to shout. 10,000 rays. A beam of light that was as bright as the sun exuded a surging destructive intent. Inescapable net. The brawny man also shouted and a huge sword net came crashing down. 7 fiends slash. Shower of stars. 4 powerful energies bloomed, crushing the surrounding trees, grass, and gravel. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Whoosh! The colorful toad did not dare to be careless this time. It spat out a powerful poisonous mist to resist the energy blasts in the air. Boom! The energy blasted, and a mushroom-like smoke dissipated in the air. The 4 king stage martial artists in the air were knocked back by the impact. All 4 of them accidentally inhaled the poisonous mist. No one hesitated and immediately took out the antidote pill. The tempest-greedy wolf did not get the colorful gourd holy fruit because the golden-feathered eagle was fighting with it. They did not realize that the colorful toad had caught its breath and sprayed out another cloud of poisonous mist. The poison mist was much weaker than before, but it was enough to hurt the wind-greedy wolf and the golden-feathered eagle. Although the 2 beasts were able to react in time, they were still contaminated by the poisonous fog. The tempest-greedy wolf didn't manage to escape for more than a few steps. It swayed and fell down. The golden-feathered eagle also flew up a dozen meters and then fell down in a straight line. The expressions of the 4 king rank experts who had retreated far away changed when they saw this scene. In the next moment, the 4 of them fled to the ground and began to force the poison out of their bodies to heal themselves. Just now, they had already breathed in the poisonous fog. Although they had the poison-repelling pill, they didn't dare to be careless. If the poison-repelling pill's effect wasn't enough, then they would all be dead. For a time, only the colorful toad remained in front of the 5-colored gourd. The rest of the spirit beasts either fled or died. None of them stayed behind. That's it. Ling Xiao, who had been watching the show from afar, suddenly became disheartened. He wanted to take advantage of the situation, but the colorful toad was still alive and well. What could he use to fight against this poisonous creature? However, at this moment, black liquid kept flowing out of the corner of the colorful toad's mouth. It breathed heavily, and the black liquid flowed even faster. Is there still hope? Ling Xiao jumped a few times for no reason. At this time, the colorful toad approached the 5-colored gourd step by step, as if it wanted to eat it. Ling Xiao's heart was beating fast when he saw this scene. Just when the colorful toad was about to stick out its tongue toward the 5-colored gourd, Ling Xiao shouted, "Little Gold, come out!" The Golden Wolf King appeared in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. "Shoot it with your third eye," Ling Xiao ordered hurriedly. Hearing the noise, the colorful toad stopped moving and turned around to look at Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. Swoosh! The Golden Wolf King's third eye appeared. A dazzling golden beam of light shone on the colorful toad's body without any hindrance. The colorful toad's movement froze, and its eyes became unfocused. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He infused all of his spirit energy into his feet and rushed toward the 5-colored gourd fruit like a ghost. Just when Ling Xiao had plucked the entire gourd fruit tree, the colorful toad could move again. Seeing that its fruit had been plucked, it was enraged. It opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Ling Xiao. It planned to eat Ling Xiao and the 5-colored gourd fruit tree together. It's over. Ling Xiao's movement was delayed when he was plucking the tree. Seeing that he was going to be eaten, his heart went cold. In the nick of time, the Golden Wolf King's third eye released another beam of light, which shone on the colorful toad. Ling Xiao recovered from the brink of death and pointed his index finger in the air. Whoosh whoosh. 2 streaks of flames containing the demon blue flame instantly shot towards the colorful toad's eyes. Wah! The colorful toad's eyes were injured, and it let out a tragic cry. Its huge body kept jumping around, and its mouth was spewing poisonous gas. Ling Xiao had already taken the opportunity to retreat far away. The blue demonic flames were a type of heavenly fire that could burn everything in the world. Although the colorful toad was powerful, its eyes were burned, and the fire didn't weaken at all. Instead, it burned more and more until it was completely burned out. Ling Xiao pounced over and grabbed the falling rank 5 beast core with one hand. Although this beast core had great use, how could he just throw it away? Ling Xiao was in a great mood. He finally obtained the 5-colored gourd fruit. This was simply too lucky. Fortunately, he had the Golden Wolf King's help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Ling Xiao looked at the listless Golden Wolf King and asked, "Xiaojin, didn't you say you could only use your third eye once a month? How could you use it twice at the same time just now?" He remembered that when Ling Xiao had just obtained the Golden Wolf King, it said that it could only use its third eye once a month, but now it could use it twice in a row. That was why Ling Xiao asked this question. The Golden Wolf King said, "My strength has increased, so the number of times I can use it has naturally increased. Now, I can use it twice a month." "So that's how it is," Ling Xiao replied in realization. Then, he put away the Golden Wolf King and began to clean up the battlefield. A total of a few King Stage warriors had fallen here. 3 of them had been blasted into smithereens, and the corpses of the other 2 were still there. They would definitely have spatial rings, which were good things that couldn't be wasted. He also had to collect all the beast cores of the 3rd and 4th stage spirit beasts that had died here. In order to save trouble, Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron and stored all the corpses in one go. It had to be known that the obsidian cauldron could store both living and dead things, and it had a lot of space. It was more than enough to store these things. 2 hours later, the star-robed middle-aged man rushed over from the horizon with an old man. This old man was the 6th elder who was in the Star Flag camp. 6th elder, the 5 colored gourd holy fruit and the colorful toad were here. The star-robed middle-aged man pointed at Pangu, which had been ravaged by the battle. The old man called the 6th elder raised his eyes a few times and frowned. "I didn't find anything." Then, the 2 of them steadily landed from the sky. Could it be that the 5 colored gourd holy fruit was eaten by the colorful toad? The star-robed middle-aged man guessed unwillingly. The old man didn't respond. Instead, he coldly swept his gaze around and said, "You said that there was a battle here and many 3rd and 4th stage spirit beasts died?" "That's right. The other sects also lost a few king stage warriors," the star-robed middle-aged man replied with certainty. "It seems that someone came a step ahead of us," the old man said. "What?" the star-robed middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. Then he looked around and noticed that the spirit beasts' corpses were all gone. There were only pools of blood that hadn't dried yet. Could it be someone from the heavy sword sect? The star-robed middle-aged man guessed again. The old man nodded and said indifferently, "That's possible. Let's go back." Then, he flew into the air and prepared to go back the way he came. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened and he rushed in another direction. The star-robed middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, but then he hurried after him. Ling Xiao was immersed in the joy of a great harvest and was humming a carefree tune. This trip to the Myriad Beast Cave was really worth it. Suddenly, Ling Xiao stopped humming and stood still. He looked up slightly. He saw an old man coldly staring at him from above. Then, the star-robed middle-aged man also rushed over. Ling Xiao's heartbeat sped up. He felt that he couldn't breathe from the pressure of the 2 people in the sky. "Did I get recognized?" Ling Xiao thought for no reason, and cold sweat broke out on his back. "6th elder, what's wrong?" The star-robed middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao in confusion and then asked the old man. The old man didn't answer the star-robed middle-aged man's question. Instead, he asked Ling Xiao indifferently, "Kid, which sect are you from?" Ling Xiao's body and mind relaxed. He immediately revealed a respectful expression and said, "Senior, this kid is a disciple of the Great River sect." The old man revealed a slightly surprised expression and said, "It's rare for a second-rate sect like the Great River sect to have such an outstanding disciple. What about the other disciples of your sect?" Ling Xiao revealed a sorrowful expression and said, They all died a violent death." The old man didn't suspect anything, so he didn't ask any further. He looked at the star-robed middle-aged man, nodded, turned around, and flew back in the direction he came from. The star-robed middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously, shook his head, and then flew away with the old man. Whoosh! Ling Xiao let out a heavy sigh. His entire body seemed to be exhausted as he sat weakly on the ground. His clothes were all drenched. He was really afraid that the other party would see through him. If that was the case, he would be in trouble. He could clearly feel that the old man's aura was as unfathomable as his Grandmaster Xiao Songlin's. From this, it could be seen that the other party was definitely a monarch stage expert. If the other party really wanted to deal with him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, and the star-robed middle-aged man didn't notice anything unusual about him. That was why he was lucky enough to escape the calamity. Chapter 301. Not far from the battlefield, Chen Wenyu and the others were hiding in a dense forest. They didn't even dare to make a sound as they looked at the spirit beasts running around below them. With so many third-rank spirit beasts running over, let alone fighting, they could just trample them to death. When they heard the rumbling sounds of battle, the few of them were even more frightened. There are definitely king-level experts rushing over. We're already quite far away, but we can still hear the sounds of battle. It's too scary. Xiaonan looked at the place where the sounds were coming from. Yanzei nodded and said, "So many powerful auras. I'm afraid junior brother Ling will be in trouble." What should we do? Should we go back and take a look? Luo Meiying said anxiously. Ever since Ling Xiao had saved her, there seemed to be something in her heart, and Ling Xiao's handsome face would appear in her mind from time to time. What can we do to help if we go back? Junior brother Ling isn't an impulsive person. He knows his limits. Let's wait patiently. Chen Wenyu said. His words were relaxed, but his face was filled with worry. Before leaving the sect, his master Mu En had told him that even if he had to give up his life, he had to ensure Ling Xiao's safety. Not only did the future of Wooden Flag Peak depend on Ling Xiao, but the future of the sect also depended on a young genius like Ling Xiao. Chen Wenyu didn't have any complaints about this arrangement. He had been raised by Mu En since he was young, and he had been trained to be a true disciple. He would always remember this kindness in his heart. Even if Mu En told him to die, he wouldn't hesitate. Another half a day passed quickly, and everyone's expressions became more and more unsightly, especially Luo Meiying. She had already drawn her sword and seemed to have the intention of rushing over to support Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Chen Wenyu glaring at her, she would have already run over. No, there are no more sounds of battle. I have to go over and take a look. Luo Meiying couldn't bear it any longer. She jumped down from the tree and ran over to the battlefield. Chen Wenyu, Yanzei, and Xiaonan blocked Luo Meiying's path as fast as they could. Chen Wenyu reprimanded, "Luo Meiying, can you not be so impulsive? Junior brother Ling's strength is above ours, and if he wants to run away with all his might, no one can stop him. If we run away rashly, not only will we not be able to help him, we will also implicate him. Do you understand?" Luo Meiying angrily stomped her feet and said, Then what should we do?" Her heart was in a mess, but she knew that Chen Wenyu was right. Chen Wenyu frowned and said, "How about I go take a look? You guys wait here." After saying that, Chen Wenyu summoned his green cloud condor and leaped onto its back. In an instant, they flew towards the battleground. However, before he could fly far, he flew back again. The three of them looked at Chen Wenyu in confusion. However, before Chen Wenyu could answer, a figure emerged from the bushes not far away. Who else could it be other than the returned Ling Xiao? "Junior brother Ling!" Luo Meiying cried out in surprise, and at the same time, she pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before being hugged tightly by Luo Meiying. The two lumps of soft flesh squeezed Ling Xiao so tightly that he almost couldn't breathe. Chen Wenyu, Yanzei, and Xiaonan all gaped at the two of them. Ling Xiao revealed a very innocent expression, lightly patted Luo Meiying's shoulder and said, Senior sister, what happened to you?" "Ah!" Luo Meiying screamed, then pushed Ling Xiao away and hid behind a nearby tree. Ling Xiao scratched his head and asked the other three, "What happened to senior sister?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other three raised their middle fingers at Ling Xiao, revealing looks of extreme disdain and jealousy. Ling Xiao had no choice but to change the topic. "Let's go. We've been delayed for 2 days. We need to get to the meeting place as soon as possible." Luo Meiying once again walked out from behind the tree. Her mature face was covered in a rosy glow, making her look extremely cute. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Sigh, another girl has fallen under this young master's handsome, powerful, and lovable personality. To be honest, this young master really didn't do it on purpose. If the other three heard this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. This guy really wanted to be beaten up. Just as the 5 of them were about to set off again, Yanzei asked, "Junior brother Ling, what happened over there?" We all felt a lot of powerful auras. Ling Xiao patted his forehead and said, "I forgot to tell you guys, a high-grade spirit herb did appear over there just now, causing many high-grade spirit beasts to fight over it. It also attracted many king stage experts from various sects, causing a large-scale battle over there. Fortunately, I escaped quickly, or else I would have been caught in the crossfire. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't believe them, but the temptation of the multicolored gourd holy fruit was too great. Even an Earth Emperor stage expert would go crazy for it. Therefore, it was better to be safe than sorry, and he definitely couldn't easily reveal any information. Yan Zhe looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously, but didn't ask any more questions. On the other hand, Luo Meiying asked, what kind of spirit herb would cause spirit beasts and king stage experts to go crazy for it? Ling Xiao didn't hide this question. It's the multicolored gourd holy fruit. Hiss! Hearing this, the other four sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that they all knew the effects of the multicolored gourd holy fruit. No wonder, anyone would be envious of such a high-grade spirit herb. Chen Wenyu sighed. Let's go, let's go. This kind of opportunity isn't for everyone. The secret realm is our ultimate goal, Zhao urged. Senior Zhao is right, but you don't need to be disappointed. On this trip to the secret realm, it doesn't matter if you all gain anything, as long as you all become peak spirit masters. I can refine a king entering pill for you, and I'll only take one portion of the spirit herb, Ling Xiao promised the four of them. After all, he wasn't the only one who had discovered the multicolored gourd holy fruit. Now that he had it all to himself, he felt a bit guilty, so he made this promise to them as compensation. Sure enough, when the four of them heard Ling Xiao say this, they all revealed joyful smiles. This meant that they all had the ability to step into the king stage. Compared to the spirit herb that they had never seen before, the king entering pill was more practical. The five of them set off again. Luo Meiying wanted to ride the Golden Wolf King with Ling Xiao no matter what. Ling Xiao couldn't bear to hurt Luo Meiying's feelings, so he had no choice but to let her be. However, this girl seemed to be serious. When she sat on the wolf's back, she hugged Ling Xiao tightly from behind. This caused Ling Xiao to endure a pleasurable yet painful process. In the next few days, they didn't waste any time and headed toward the gathering place as quickly as possible. On the 13th day, the five of them finally arrived at a blessed land filled with spirit qi. The spirit qi here was actually as dense as the spirit qi on the 10th floor of the Purple Sky Sect's Spirit Gathering Tower. Everyone felt their pores relax just by standing here, and they had the urge to cultivate on the spot. Ling Xiao and the others found the Purple Sky Sect's camp. Inside the camp, Xiao Songlin, Wu Yulai, and Wu Youziu were all there, but the other true disciples obviously hadn't arrived yet. Another day passed, and on the 14th day, another group of disciples also arrived. However, these disciples seemed to be in a rather sorry state, and some of them were seriously injured. Fortunately, there were no casualties. However, Yun Mengqi and Xing Zhantian, who were leading the group, were seriously injured. Xiao Songlin's face darkened as he looked at the uninjured Lai Mingqiang and asked, "What's going on?" Before heading to the secret realm, Xiao Songlin had ordered Yun Mengqi, Xing Zhantian, and Lai Mingqiang to be responsible for escorting the others here. He thought that there shouldn't be too much danger with the three of them. After all, there weren't many fourth-rank spirit beasts in the periphery. As long as they were careful, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. But now, two king stage powerhouses were seriously injured, which made Xiao Songlin extremely angry and puzzled. However, just as Xiao Songlin was about to ask Lai Mingqiang, he found that many disciples were looking at him with indignation. Lai Mingqiang ignored their gazes and cupped his hands at Xiao Songlin, saying, "Elder Xiao, we mistakenly entered a snake nest and were attacked by a group of snakes, so..." "Humph, if it wasn't for someone retreating at the last moment, Senior Sister Yun and Elder Xing wouldn't have been injured," Bing Ruoshui said coldly. Yu Laiyan surprisingly stood on Bing Ruoshui's side. She stared at Lai Mingqiang and said unhappily, "Some people are just superficial. They look like men on the surface, but they're actually cowards." Yu Lian's words were too harsh, and no man could stand such ridicule. "Humph, ignorant woman," Lai Mingqiang didn't quibble and just coldly replied. Yu Laiyan seemed to be even angrier and pointed at Lai Mingqiang, saying, "I'm ignorant, but I'm still better than a coward like you. You can try if I have the guts." Lai Mingqiang frowned and faintly said to Yu Laiyan. At the same time, a king stage aura pressed down on her. He was a dignified king stage powerhouse, so when had he ever needed to criticize a spirit master? At this moment, Ling Xiao steadily stood in front of Yu Laiyan and said, "I can help her give it a try." Lai Mingqiang had just entered the king's stage, so Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him. Lai Mingqiang's expression became extremely ugly. Xiao Songlin pointed at Bing Ruoshui and said, "No one is allowed to quarrel. You girl, tell us what happened." Bing Ruoshui wasn't the kind of person who would beat around the bush, and her tone was icy cold. From what she said, Ling Xiao learned that a few days ago, their group had mistakenly landed in the snake nest. There were 2 low-level 4th-rank spirit snakes there, as well as many 2nd and 3rd-rank spirit snakes. Originally, with Yun Mingqi, Xing Zhantian, and Lai Mingqiang, it shouldn't have been a problem for them to escort all the disciples safely out. However, at the most critical moment, Lai Mingqiang suddenly left. In the end, in order to protect the other disciples, Yun Mingqi and Xing Zhantian fought with the 2 4th-rank spirit snakes. Although the 2 of them managed to repel the 4th-rank spirit snakes, they weren't in a good state either. Therefore, all the disciples felt that if Lai Mingqiang hadn't left, Yun Mingqi and Xing Zhantian wouldn't have been injured. They felt that Lai Mingqiang must have fled because he was afraid of death. "Mingqiang, is what she said true?" Xiao Songlin coldly looked at Lai Mingqiang. Chapter 302. Lai Mingqiang nodded. "I discovered something at that time, so I left." Lai Mingqiang seemed to be a rather silent person, and his words were rather concise. There was no need for him to explain anything. Why didn't he leave at any other time? Why did he only leave when there was danger? "He's clearly looking for an excuse," Yu Laiyan said disdainfully. "Forget it." "He really did have something to do and left," Ling Xiao advised. From the time that Bing Ruoshui had told him about the danger, he could guess why Lai Mingqiang had left. However, Ling Xiao didn't approve of Lai Mingqiang's actions. Lai Mingqiang was actually willing to abandon his companions for his own benefit, which showed how selfish he was. Ling Xiao was extremely disgusted by such people. Yu Laiyan saw that Ling Xiao had spoken, but she didn't say anything else. She just pouted, looking like she was unwilling. Lai Mingqiang looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He had already guessed that Ling Xiao had been nearby when he had gone to fight for the 5-colored gourd holy fruit. At this time, Wu Yulai spoke up. "Senior Xiao, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. Although Miss and Zhantian are injured, this is also a kind of training for them. It's fine as long as their lives aren't in danger." Xiao Songlin nodded and said, "Junior brother is right. If you want to become a powerhouse, you don't need to rely on any external forces. Although Ming Chong is in the wrong, you shouldn't push all the blame onto him. Your own strength and combat strength need to be strengthened. I hope that this trip to the secret realm will be fruitful." "Elder is right," all the disciples replied in unison. "All right, all of you should hurry up and recover. Tomorrow is the day the secret territory opens. Once you're inside, your life and death will be up to fate. You should consider whether you want to enter or not. It's still not too late to back out now," Xiao Songlin said. Xiao Songlin glanced at everyone, and seeing that no one responded, he nodded in satisfaction. "You're all good people. You should know that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. As long as you maintain a fearless and courageous determination, you'll all be able to go far in the future." When everyone heard this, they all walked out of their tents and found their own places to meditate. Ling Xiao didn't leave immediately. Instead, he took out 2 peak grade 3 healing pills and gave them to Yun Mingqi and Xing Zhantian. These healing pills were all refined by Ling Xiao in advance when he was in the sect, just in case he needed them. After a quiet night, the sun rose. The people of the various sects gathered in a spacious area. Now, of the 36 sects in the northwest, only less than half of their disciples were here. Some sects didn't come to participate in the sect oath-taking assembly, while others met with accidents on their way here. In short, the number of people who came was less than half of what it was when they entered the myriad beasts' Denver. At this time, Xiao Songlin, Wu Yulai, and Wu Youziu, the 3 previous generation elders of the Purple Heaven sect, as well as the previous generation elders of the various sects, all walked together. Almost all of them were the most powerful representative elders of their respective sects, and all of them possessed strength above the Earth's sovereign realm. It could be said that the strongest people in the Northwest were gathered here. The young disciples were also the most outstanding elites of the Northwest. All of them had excited expressions on their faces, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Everyone present was solemn, and it was so quiet that only the whistling of the wind could be heard in the forest. Just as the sunlight swept over the area, all the Earth Sovereign Realm experts made their moves. The dozens of old men let out a roar and formed a complicated and profound seal with their hands. In the end, rays of dazzling spiritual energy appeared and illuminated the world. Even the sun dimmed in comparison. Open the mountain gate. Swoosh, swoosh. After one of the old men shouted, all the other old men made their moves at the same time. Rays of colorful light shot upward at the same time. Dozens of Earth Sovereign Realm experts bloomed, and the hearts of all the young disciples trembled. In the end, their eyes were filled with yearning and reverence. The spirit beasts in the vicinity were so frightened that they fled in all directions. Even the spirit beasts that had reached the 5th grade hid far away. After all, these dozens of rays of energy were enough to destroy the world. As the terrifying energy converged, a dazzling vortex was formed in mid-air. The vortex kept spinning in place, and the energy it split into kept rushing forward. However, these dozens of fused and divided energies collided with the empty space with a swishing sound, as if they were being isolated by something. When the vortex's energy was almost completely divided, the dozens of old men shouted again and attacked at the same time. He repeated this process 3 times, and gradually, the emptiness began to show signs of what was going on. A towering stone pillar slowly appeared from top to bottom. Between the 2 stone pillars, there was a stone beam that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. The stone beam and the stone pillar were specially made of 1,000-year-old silver stone. Silver light shone from them, and in the middle of the stone beam, there were ancient and complicated characters that read, Heaven-Suppressing Sect. When all the disciples saw the 3 big words, their minds were immediately suppressed, and they found it difficult to breathe. It was as if these 3 words had a strong will that forced them to worship it. When the 2 stone pillars appeared, a flight of stairs appeared in the middle of the stone pillars. It's obvious that the things inside have already been taken by the previous seniors. One Kudai revealed a look of understanding and then praised, Senior Brother Ling, you're really amazing. Come on, this is common sense. Anyone who uses their brains would know, Ling Xiao replied. Just as one Kudai was about to take the opportunity to hold Ling Xiao's hand, another pair of delicate hands were a step ahead of her. Junior Sister One, I'm sorry, this side is mine, you go to the other side. Yu Lian tightly held onto Ling Xiao's arm and smiled at one Kudai. One Kudai blushed and walked to the other side, but she was still a step too late. That arm was once again taken by a pure white figure. One Kudai angrily stomped her feet in place. Luo Meiying, who was at the back, cast an envious and jealous look at Ling Xiao's left and right arms. She muttered in her heart, what a playboy. Ling Xiao chose a secluded place with 2 burdens on his back and called for everyone to stop. All the true disciples looked at Ling Xiao with puzzled expressions. They were all anxious in their hearts. Everyone else had gone to search for treasures, but Ling Xiao was kissing a beauty. What was the meaning of this? Senior brother, junior brother, senior sister, junior sister, you can all summon your protective spirit beasts, Ling Xiao ordered. Everyone did as they were told and summoned their own spirit beasts. Ling Xiao glanced at these spirit beasts and then said to Chen Wenyu, Brother Chen Yu, I'll have to trouble you to bring them to investigate the surroundings and familiarize themselves with the terrain. If you find anything, immediately report back. As Ling Xiao spoke, he pointed at the other 2 true disciples with flying spirit beasts. Chen Wenyu nodded his head and gave the order. He and the other 2 true disciples rode their spirit beasts and flew in a certain direction. All right, everyone sit down and wait for the news, Ling Xiao said to the others. Everyone understood Ling Xiao's intentions and didn't have any objections to Ling Xiao's orders. Ling Xiao's actions were completely reasonable. After all, in this unfamiliar environment, no one knew what kind of dangers there were. It was completely necessary to let Chen Wenyu and the others ride their flying spirit beasts to understand the terrain. This could reduce the danger by a bit and also allow them to find the right direction. After everyone sat down, Ling Xiao had the women beside him stand guard. The women didn't understand why Ling Xiao was doing this, but they still obediently surrounded Ling Xiao in the middle so that he wouldn't be affected by other things. The battle for the secret realm was about to begin, and what awaited them was the omnipresent threat of death. Chapter 303. Ling Xiao concentrated on spreading out his mental energy. His sea of consciousness had already been liquefied and his mental energy was no longer the same as before. Nothing within a 3,000-meter radius could escape his senses. His mental energy was like a spider web that slowly spread out in all directions. Ling Xiao originally thought that there would be some kind of terrifying threat, but he realized that he had overestimated the environment. Along the way, he did not sense any strong energy fluctuations, which meant that there were no powerful creatures around. Ling Xiao was puzzled. Could it be that all the dangers have already been eliminated by our predecessors? Just as Ling Xiao was feeling puzzled, a strong aura disturbed his mind. Following that, Chen Wenyu's voice came from above. "Junior brothers, quickly run, it's a vulture eagle." With that, Chen Wenyu and the two true disciples who had rushed over to check on the situation landed on the ground with panic on their faces. They then quickly recalled their spirit beasts. Following that, two shadows flew over from the sky. Ling Xiao jumped up from the ground and ordered, "Everyone hide, try not to run to the open space." Before he finished speaking, there were already people running away. Vulture Eagle, a low grade 4 flying spirit beast. It had the head of a lion, the body of an eagle, and the tail of a deer. How could they not panic when two vulture eagles appeared at the same time? Ling Xiao had used his mental energy to check on the situation on the ground, but he did not know that there were such terrifying spirit beasts in the sky. The two vulture eagles soon caught up to the place where Ling Xiao and the others had fled. One of the disciples did not dodge in time and his head was ruthlessly pecked off, causing blood to splatter everywhere. This scared the others even more, causing them to run even faster. When Kitty had just entered the Spirit Master level not long ago and she did not have a spirit beast to protect her. Like Luo Meiying, she could only rely on her 2 legs to escape. This was the first time she had encountered such danger. In a moment of panic, she tripped on a vine and fell to the ground. "Aya!" When Kitty let out a cry of alarm. At this moment, a huge shadow flew down. "Yeah!" The vulture eagle opened its bloody mouth and pecked at Winkidi. The smile on Winkidi's face turned pale in fright. Just as she closed her eyes and waited for death, a figure quickly rushed over and grabbed her by the waist, dodging the vulture eagle's attack. Ling Xiao tossed Winkidi onto the golden wolf king's body. "Xiao Jin, take her and hide first." Following that, Ling Xiao drew out the profound weapon that looked like a sword and yet wasn't a sword and yet wasn't a saber. He named it the Ice and Fire Sword. "Damned feather beast!" Ling Xiao shouted with a sullen face. A fiery sword aura swept towards the vulture eagle. The bald lion eagle was extremely cunning. It instantly flew back into the air, causing Ling Xiao's attack to fail. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to shout, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Quickly gather together and use all your strength to deal with them. We can't let them kill us one by one." Ling Xiao finally calmed down. Vulture eagles were scary, but they were spirit beasts that couldn't use elemental attacks. They had a lot of people on their side, and with so many spirit beasts gathered together, if the vulture eagles dared to land, they would immediately use elemental attacks, and the two vulture eagles would be at a disadvantage. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Purple Sky Sect's elites finally realized that they were too panicked and lost their sense of propriety. At this time, they gathered together and took out their own profound weapons. Once the bald lion eagles descend, they would attack them. Their protective spirit beasts would also use powerful attribute attacks. In the end, the two bald lion eagles didn't dare to descend anymore. Finally, they flew above their heads for a long time before finally retreating. Seeing the two bald lion eagles leave, everyone let out a sigh of relief. At this time, everyone realized that the one who had been pecked to death by the bald lion eagles was a Scarlet Flame Peak disciple. They had only just entered the secret realm, but one person had already died. Everyone had a heavy expression on their faces. Ling Xiao asked Chen Wenyu, "Senior apprentice brother, where did you meet the bald lion eagles?" "On the mountain peak in front of us. There seems to be a large hole there," Chen Wenyu said with lingering fear. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment, then he said to everyone, "This is a very dangerous journey. The elders have told us that we have no way out now. We either have to find something suitable for ourselves, or we can hide in a corner and practice. We can wait for the 1-month deadline to arrive." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Not far from here is a palace guarded by the two vulture eagles. If you want to go there, then follow me. If you don't, Then I won't force you. Ling Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. There is a palace not far from here. It is guarded by the 2 vulture eagles. If you want to go there, then follow me. After saying that, Ling Xiao took the lead and rode the Golden Wolf King forward with Wenkidi on its back. Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, Luo Meiying, Bing Ruoshui, and Yu Yan followed Ling Xiao without the slightest hesitation. The others hesitated for a moment before following Ling Xiao. Senior apprentice brother, I'm sorry. Wenkidi, who was sitting in front of Ling Xiao, said in a low voice. Ling Xiao disapprovingly said, Don't worry, just be careful later. I promised Pavilion Master One that I would take good care of you. Wenkidi slightly lowered her head and clenched her fists. Her beautiful eyes flashed with unswerving determination. The group walked in the direction Chan Wenyu had pointed. Because of the sudden appearance of the bald lion eagles, everyone raised their vigilance and paid attention to their surroundings. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, It's a high-grade 3rd stage blood ivy. Everyone looked in the direction the person was pointing, and sure enough, they saw a scarlet vine not far in front of them. The blood ivy was an essential spirit herb for high-grade healing pills, and it had the effect of quickly replenishing blood. After the true disciple finished shouting, he ran towards the blood ivy, wanting to pluck it. Unexpectedly, a strange spirit herb beside the blood ivy started to mutate. Not good, quickly come back, that's a man-eating flower. Ling Xiao shouted, and the ice and fire sword in his hand shot out a ray of fire towards the man-eating flower. The true disciple was startled, and he hurriedly abandoned the blood ivy and ran back. However, green vines instantly started to spread out from the surroundings, binding everyone and their spirit beasts. Everyone be careful, there's something strange going on. Ling Xiao warned again, and the ice and fire sword in his hand continuously bombarded the green vines. All the disciples didn't dare to be negligent, and they all used their Xian skills to attack the suspicious spirit herbs in the surroundings. Suddenly, behind a disciple, a huge flower that was about to bloom actually separated its petals and directly wrapped around that disciple. Damn it! A disciple beside him cursed, and the heavy saber in his hand directly chopped towards the stem of the flower. That flower fell, and a strange and terrifying blood actually flowed out. That disciple who escaped from death was so frightened that his face turned pale. These spirit objects are all afraid of the fire attribute. It's the senior brother with the fire attribute who will lead the way. Ling Xiao fully displayed the temperament of a leader, and he shouted loudly. He once again took the lead to lead the way, and the ice and fire sword in his hand continuously waved out blue flames, causing the surrounding spirit objects to sizzle. A few disciples from the Scarlet Flame Peak and the Tool Refining Peak also followed Ling Xiao's example and waved fire towards those suspicious spirit herbs and spirit flowers. Instantly, their surroundings became a sea of fire, and thick smoke rose everywhere. When they passed through the area with the man-eating flowers, they finally saw a grand hall that was even more majestic than the one they saw before. Looking at the grand hall in front of them, no one dared to rashly barge in. Instead, they looked around, looking for the vulture eagle that had attacked them before. Everyone pay attention, Ling Xiao reminded, and then he started to pay attention to the surroundings. Suddenly, everyone heard a wave of shrill cries and exclamations. It's in front of the hall. Everyone be careful. Ling Xiao reminded again, and then he urged the Golden Wolf King to walk in the direction of the scream. Not long after, he saw 7 or 8 youths being attacked by the 2 bald lion eagles. Junior brother, should we go and help? Luo Meiying asked with a sense of justice. Ling Xiao glared at Luo Meiying, and then his gaze fell on the vulture eagle. In the blink of an eye, another person who had been attacked by the vulture eagle was killed by the eagle's claws. At that moment, one of the people discovered Ling Xiao and the others, and he pleaded to Ling Xiao and the others, "Please help. Look at their equipment, they should be from the South Sun sect," Chen Wenyu said. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, "Everyone, let's go and kill these 2 feathered beasts." Ling Xiao knew that after the 2 vulture eagles killed the people in front of them, it would be their turn. Since that was the case, it was better to work together and kill the 2 vulture eagles first. In any case, the other side was small, so they shouldn't be too much of a threat. Waiting for Ling Xiao's instructions, the true disciples of the Purple Sky sect all charged at the 2 vulture eagles. The vulture eagles were also very cunning. Every time they were in danger, they would hide in the air, and then suddenly swoop down. Everyone couldn't do anything to them, and they were wearing down everyone's patience. Looks like we have to deal with them first. Ling Xiao saw that no one had any good ideas, so he could only choose to take action. None of the people here had reached the king stage, so they couldn't fly. Those who had flying spirit beasts didn't dare use them. After all, the vulture eagles had reached the 4th rank, and they were the overlords of the sky. Since that was the case, Ling Xiao could only use them to kill them. Ling Xiao rode on the back of his wolf, his eyes unblinking as he stared at the 2 vulture eagles. After a while, one of the vulture eagles couldn't help but dive down. Everyone once again attacked the vulture eagle with all their strength. The vulture eagle's speed was abnormally fast, and this time, it managed to grab one of the people with its claws. Good chance! Ling Xiao took advantage of this opportunity, and his eyes blossomed with a strange light. His psychic energy instantly turned into a blade, and he slashed at the vulture eagle that was flying up. Psychic energy was invisible and hard to detect. The blade-shaped psychic energy slashed at the vulture eagle's beast core. Screech! The vulture eagle's beast core was injured, and it let out a strange cry. Its claws loosened, and the person it had grabbed fell from the sky. The huge beast body began to sway as it fell. Everyone, let's kill it together! Ling Xiao shouted. The vulture eagle that had fallen from the sky was unable to fly up again, and was chopped into meat paste by the people below. The other vulture eagle swooped down to help, but it was too late. It would also face the same fate. Chapter 304. Spiritual power could not only break through a human's spiritual sea, but it could also penetrate a spirit beast's beast core. Of course, a spirit beast's beast core had already condensed into a solid form, so if he wanted to kill it, Ling Xiao's spiritual power was not enough to do so. However, a spirit beast's beast core was the foundation of any spirit beast. Once it was seriously injured, it would not be good. Just now, the bald lion eagle had been ruthlessly slashed by Ling Xiao's spiritual power. How could it fly back safely? After the first bald lion eagle was dismembered, the other one did not give up and flew down towards the crowd. How could Ling Xiao let go of such an opportunity? He madly used his spiritual power again, and the bald lion eagle followed the previous one's fate. After using his spiritual power twice in a row, Ling Xiao felt that it was a bit strenuous and his face became pale. The beast core of a spirit beast was different from a human spiritual sea. One had already condensed into a solid form and was hard to destroy, while the other was just an intangible existence. It was naturally much easier to use spiritual power to destroy the intangible spiritual sea. The bald lion eagles fell down inexplicably. Everyone did not understand what was going on, but they were all relieved to be able to kill them. If the bald lion eagles could use elemental attacks, it would have been impossible for them to survive. This was a blessing in disguise. Xiao, are you okay? One Kudai turned her delicate face to look at Ling Xiao and asked. She had always felt that she was about the same age as Ling Xiao, so she always called Ling Xiao senior brother. In any case, she had made up her mind to rely on Ling Xiao, so she changed the way she addressed him. I'm fine, let me rest for a while. Ling Xiao waved his hand and immediately sat down, ignoring everyone. At this time, the Purple Sky sect disciples all returned to Ling Xiao's side. Bing Ruoshui, Yu Lai Yan and Luo Meiying also returned to Ling Xiao's side. Yu Lai Yan wanted to say something, but when Qi gestured for him to be quiet, Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, and Zhao Nan all looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. Ling Xiao's face was pale, and they thought to themselves, did junior brother do this? On the other side, the rescued young people all walked towards the disciples of the Purple Sky sect. One of the youths in the lead cupped his hands towards Chen Wenyu and said, "Thank you everyone for your help." This young man was extremely handsome, dressed in a fitting blue robe, holding a blue longsword in his hand. His entire person seemed extraordinary, but his pair of annoying eyes were extremely restless as they glanced at the women beside Ling Xiao, unable to conceal the greed in his eyes. In his heart, he looked down on Ling Xiao, who was meditating on the wolf's back. This brat is far inferior to me, but he actually has the appreciation of so many beauties. This is too unfair. Chen Wenyu furrowed his brows and lightly replied, "It's just a matter of raising my hand. It's not worth mentioning. I am in Chenjun, a disciple of the Yang Fan sect. These are my junior brothers and sisters. May I know which sect you are from?" The young man seemed to be extremely polite as he spoke to Chen Wenyu. The Yang Fan sect was ranked 12th among the 36 sects in the northwest. Its strength was not bad, but it was still inferior to the Purple Sky sect. Before Chen Wenyu could reply, Zhao Nan, who was standing to the side, replied with a slightly arrogant expression, "We are from the Purple Sky sect." And Chen Juan's expression slightly changed, and then he said with a flattering expression, "So you are the Purple Sky sect's senior brothers and sisters. My apologies for not recognizing you. Can you guys stop arguing? Junior brother is meditating," Luo Meiying said unhappily from behind. Ling Xiao was meditating, and she didn't know why Ling Xiao's expression was so bad. She was feeling anxious, but In Chenjun kept talking, making her feel annoyed. When In Chenjun heard this, his expression froze for no reason, and he looked extremely embarrassed. "Senior brother, let's go," a beautiful woman called out from behind. She looked at Luo Meiying and the other women with hostility, as if she was afraid that they would steal her man. And Chenjun glanced at the women beside Ling Xiao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Junior sister, don't be in a hurry. We still have to thank the Purple Sky sect's senior brothers and sisters. You guys go ahead. We didn't kill the vulture eagles for you." Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. When he first saw In Chenjuan's face, which was only slightly shorter than his own, he felt annoyed. Thus, he drew the line. And Chenjun felt suffocated. What kind of person was this? Why did his words get more and more irritating? He originally wanted to find an excuse to stay and see if there was an opportunity to hook up with the beautiful women. But now that he was being talked about, he didn't know what excuse he could use to stay. And Chenjuan's eyes turned, and he cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Junior brother, what's your name? You might not know, but your Purple Sky sect's senior brother helped us a lot, and we were just about to thank you." When the Purple Sky sect's disciples heard In Chenjun call Ling Xiao junior brother, their faces all darkened. Ling Xiao was their elder, and In Chenjun calling him that was clearly taking advantage of them. For a moment, everyone's face was filled with displeasure. And Chenjun didn't notice the others' expressions, and was still looking at Ling Xiao. "There's such a thing?" Ling Xiao said doubtfully, then rubbed his hands and asked In Chenjun, "Then, how does this senior brother plan to thank us?" "Ah." And Chenjun really didn't expect Ling Xiao to ask so directly, and for a moment, he was stunned. Ling Xiao frowned unhappily and said, "Are you trying to trick us?" And Chenjun came back to his senses, waved his hand and said, "Of course not. It's just that I know that the senior brothers and sisters of the Purple Sky sect are all chivalrous and courageous people, so you definitely won't be interested in my collection." And Chenjuan's brain was also fast enough. He retreated in order to advance, and flattered all the disciples of the Purple Sky sect. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao didn't buy it and said again, "Don't, my senior brothers and sisters are indeed chivalrous and courageous people, but I'm not. You guys are too embarrassed to accept your things, so let me, your junior brother, accept it on their behalf, and barely waste your kindness." Hearing this, and Chenjuan's face turned green, and he almost cursed out loud. This guy was too shameless. He actually accepted his things on behalf of their senior brother and senior sister, and even said it in front of everyone in the hall. This guy's skin was too thick. However, since Ling Xiao had already asked, and Chenjun could only force a smile and said, "I don't know what this junior brother needs. As long as I can take it out, I will definitely give it to you as a reward." Ling Xiao said very casually, "Give me 180 Shen artifacts, or 100 4th or 5th grade pills." Just as Ling Xiao said this, and Chenjuan's face turned from green to black, and the few men and women behind him all revealed looks of resentment. The other Purple Sky sect disciples almost couldn't help but laugh, and in their hearts, they thought, "This is too greedy. Looking at your embarrassed face, I know you can't take it out. Forget it, you guys can leave, and I thought there would be some benefits to gain. Senior brothers and sisters, your chivalrous heart is wasted." Ling Xiao said. "How can you say that? Although you guys saved us, you can't make things difficult for us." The good-looking girl from the Yang Fan sect stood up and said to Ling Xiao, "Hee, how can I say that? Didn't I tell you guys to go ahead? It was this senior brother who insisted on thanking us, and I only said my request. Is there anything wrong with that? Ling Xiao said with a smile. You. The woman was immediately speechless from the scolding. Originally, it was her senior brother who wanted to thank him, and he didn't seem to be forcing it. This junior brother, I really don't have the things you want, and I'm afraid that not many people in your sect can take them out. How about this? I will give you these 2 bald lion eagles beast cores. And Qinjun pointed to the 2 dead bald lion eagles and said. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao for making him embarrass himself in front of a beauty. Haha, you are too shameless. These 2 bald lion eagles were originally killed by us, and the beast cores should belong to us. Do you think you guys can kill them with just the few of you? You really know how to present Buddha with borrowed flowers. Ling Xiao laughed out loud. To be honest, he hated people like Qinjun more and more. He actually had the cheek to say that the bald lion eagles belonged to them. He felt that he was shameless enough, but compared to them, he paled in comparison. Junior brother, let's forget about it. Let's go into the hall and take a look. Chen Wenyu saw that Qinjuan's face had turned ugly, and immediately went forward to persuade him. Ling Xiao also didn't want to waste time, so he asked Zhao Nan to go and snatch the 2 bald lion eagles beast cores. After that, he ignored the people from the Yang Fan sect and walked towards the hall. This is too much. The girl from the Yang Fan sect shouted unhappily. And Qinjun gripped the long sword in his hand, and squinted his eyes at Ling Xiao and the others. In his heart, he secretly said, I hope you guys can continue to be cocky. Let's go and take a look. And Qinjun could be considered as someone who could endure. He took a deep breath, waved his hand at his companions, and followed them. As they walked closer to the hall, they could only feel an ancient aura assaulting their nostrils. The huge door of the hall was tightly sealed by a 1,000-gene stone door. A pair of ferocious stone beasts were staring at the crowd with their claws and fangs. Gusts of cold wind blew past, causing one's hair to stand on end. Congregating Eagle Hall. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the few big words on the door as he muttered. These 3 big ancient words seemed to contain a murderous intent. Just a glance at it would cause one's mind to be shaken. Looking at the hall in front of them, a few Purple Sky sect disciples couldn't help but want to rush towards the door. Ling Xiao shouted, Come back. His words were still a step too late. A Golden Tong Peak disciple was running at the front, and he was about to touch the stone door. At this moment, the stone door emitted an indescribable pressure. Puh! That Golden Tong Peak disciple was instantly sent flying, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. The footsteps of the other disciples came to a halt. Senior brother Chen, save him first. Ling Xiao immediately gave an order. Chen Wenyu nodded his head, and immediately carried that Golden Tong Peak disciple over. He stuffed a pill into his mouth, and used his own wood attribute recovery ability to help that person recover from his injuries. At this moment, Luo Meiying volunteered, Let me take care of him. Luo Meiying was of the water attribute, and her spirit beast was of the healing type. It was best for her to take care of the injured. Chapter 305. In the future, without my orders, no one is allowed to act on their own. Ling Xiao shouted as he glanced at the few disciples who ran out. Since he was assigned to be the leader, he naturally had to be responsible for everyone. Even though he couldn't protect everyone, he could at least try his best to reduce the number of casualties. Yang Fanzong and the others looked at Ling Xiao, who gave out the order, and thought, could it be that this young man is an important successor of the Purple Sky sect? And Qinjun was even more displeased with Ling Xiao and thought disdainfully, a spoiled brat who relies on his ancestors. There's a strong restriction here. It looks like it's going to be a little tricky. Yan Zhe frowned and said, What are you afraid of? There are so many of us here. Can't we destroy this small restriction? Zhao Nan said disapprovingly. Ling Xiao kept staring at the stone door and didn't say anything. At this time, Qinjun jumped out and asked, Do you need help? As he spoke, he had already walked in front of Bing Ruoshui and Yu Lai Yen. His eyes were somewhat restless as he glanced at the 2 girls. Bing Ruoshui revealed an impatient expression and turned her pretty face away. Yu Lian's beautiful eyes turned and she immediately said to Qinjun in a coquettish voice, Senior brother, can you help us break this restriction? Yu Lian's pair of beautiful eyes were glowing as she stared unblinkingly at Chenjun. After hearing Yu Lian's words, Chenjun's body and heart softened. He then boldly met Yu Lian's gaze. In the next moment, his gaze turned passionate and he patted his chest as he replied, "Of course, no problem. Watch me break it for you to see." And Chenjun's soul was hooked. Without another word, he picked up his sword and walked towards the stone door. The Yang Fan sect's disciples panicked and shouted in unison, "Senior brother, what are you doing? Come back." And Chenjun turned a deaf ear to them and took out his blue long sword. With a loud shout, he waved a few strong blue sword rays towards the giant stone door. Rumble! Puh! After the explosion, Chenjun was just like the Golden Tong Peak disciple from before, fiercely repelled back. "Senior brother!" The people from the Yang Fan sect exclaimed. That pretty girl took out her sword and stabbed towards Yu Lian. "You demoness, how dare you seduce my senior brother? I'll kill you!" Haha, what a joke. It was clearly your senior brother who overestimated himself, yet you want to blame it on me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Yu Lian smiled disdainfully and instantly dodged the woman's sword. At the same time, he raised one hand and slapped the woman. That woman was only a low-rank spirit master, so how could she be a match for Yu Lian? She was sent flying with one move. "Junior sister, let me deal with you," another man from the Yang Fan sect exclaimed. He actually ignored the other people from the Purple Sky sect and charged towards Yu Lian. This man was a rare wind elemental martial artist, and he reached Yu Lian in an instant. Go to hell! The man actually wanted to kill Yu Lian. Yu Lian was shocked. Unfortunately, she found that she could no longer escape from the other party's blockade. Whoosh! Pa! Everyone thought that Yu Lian was going to die. Suddenly, an extremely fast figure appeared in front of her and slapped the man fiercely. That man screamed in pain. His body unconsciously spun one round and was thrown far away. "How dare you attack my woman? You're courting death," the figure said faintly and chased after the man who was thrown away. His leg kicked heavily towards the man's lower abdomen. In an instant, the man was thrown far away like a dead dog. "Senior brother, you!" All the disciples from the Yang Fan sect exclaimed in unison and ran towards that man. Unfortunately, when they brought him to his side, they saw him spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His body twitched a few times and he stopped breathing. You're so ruthless. How dare you kill our senior brother, you?" The woman who was injured by Yu Lian pointed at Ling Xiao coldly and said while gritting her teeth. Ling Xiao glanced at the woman coldly and said faintly, "If you dare to provoke me again, do you believe that I won't kill all of you?" At the same time, a strong aura was emitted from his body. Ling Xiao was a high-grade spiritual master who cultivated multiple attributes. His aura was comparable to a low-grade king-tier cultivator. Instantly, all the disciples of the Yang Fan sect felt suffocated. It was as if Ling Xiao had pressed them into an ice cellar or thrown them into a sea of fire by Ling Xiao. They felt that Ling Xiao could pinch them to death with a single finger. A fear that came from the bottom of their hearts completely broke through their mental defenses. Moments later, all the disciples of the Yang Fan sect were pressed to the ground by Ling Xiao. They didn't dare to have any intention to resist. "What are you waiting for? Get lost!" Ling Xiao retracted his aura and shouted at them. The people of the Yang Fan sect didn't dare to stay any longer. They carried in Chenjun and hurriedly ran away. The 20 disciples of the Purple Sky sect looked at Ling Xiao with respect. They truly felt what made Ling Xiao afraid. To be able to force the enemy's troops to retreat without a fight, this was really admirable. Bing Ruoxue, Yu Lian, Wen Qidi, and Luo Meiying were secretly delighted. The man they liked was indeed different. Ling Xiao ignored the gazes of the crowd and said faintly, "The restriction here might have been set up by a king-tier or Earth Emperor-tier expert. Let's work together and see if we can break it in one go." Everyone obeyed Ling Xiao's orders and took out their profound weapons. "I will count to 3 breaths and everyone will attack at the same time." Ling Xiao said. After 3 breaths, the profound weapons in the hands of the 20 true disciples of the Purple Sky sect shone brightly. Waves of multicolored spiritual energy attacked the stone door. Rumble! After the dazzling light dissipated, the huge stone door was still intact. Again! Ling Xiao didn't give up and ordered again. Even after a few rounds of full-force attacks, the stone door still didn't show any signs of damage. Junior apprentice brother, this doesn't seem to work, Chen Wenyu said. Ling Xiao nodded and replied, this restriction is very strong. As expected of a 6th grade sect. Even the entrance of a hall is so hard to break. How are we supposed to find treasures? Why don't we look elsewhere? Zhao Nan asked. Everyone showed expressions of agreement with Zhao Nan's suggestion. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, let me try again. You guys should go further away. I don't want to accidentally injure you. Junior apprentice brother, what are you doing? If so many of us can't do it, can you do it alone? Luo Meiying asked anxiously. Her delicate face was filled with worry. That's right. Don't be rash, Wen Qidi advised. Bing Ruoxue and Yu Laiyan both objected. Ling Xiao grinned and said, don't worry, I won't force you. Seeing Ling Xiao's insistence, the girls didn't try to persuade him anymore and retreated 100 meters away. Ling Xiao took a deep look at the giant stone door and then took out the obsidian cauldron from his spatial ring. The obsidian cauldron was a heaven-ranked divine cauldron and belonged to the category of divine artifacts. If it couldn't break the restriction here, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Transform, Ling Xiao muttered, and the obsidian cauldron instantly became as big as a house. Everyone 100 meters away looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. In the next moment, they were even more dumbfounded. Boom! The obsidian cauldron was pushed by Ling Xiao toward the 1,000-pound stone door with all his strength, and then the obsidian cauldron hit the stone door without any resistance. In an instant, the 1,000-pound stone door was smashed into pieces by the obsidian cauldron, and stones flew everywhere. What's going on? Zhao Nan stared blankly at the scene in front of him and muttered. Who knows? In any case, the restriction should have been broken, Yanzei said, swallowing his saliva. Too scary. I didn't expect junior brother to have such a mysterious trump card, Chen Wenyu said with wide eyes. Everyone else's mouths were as wide as fists as they stared at the thin figure in a daze, their hearts surging with waves of shock. Ling Xiao took a few deep breaths and walked inside. Seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he put away the obsidian cauldron, turned around and beckoned to everyone. Come in. Everyone came back to their senses and quickly rushed towards the entrance of the main hall. The building in the main hall was very spectacular and grand. The ancient stone walls had been weathered to the point of being unbearable, but a few towering ancient trees still stood stubbornly. Rock gardens and pavilions could be seen everywhere, and they all looked battered and exhausted. Right in front of the main hall, 5 air-dried corpses were hung, looking extremely terrifying. Bing Ruoxue, Yu Laiyan, Wen Qidi, and Luo Meiying couldn't help but lean closer to Ling Xiao, feeling extremely scared in their hearts. Ling Xiao was also startled by this scene, but he quickly recovered and said, Don't be afraid, it's just dead people. The others all slowed down and looked around nervously, as if they were afraid that something terrifying would happen. Everyone approached the front of the main hall and raised their heads to look at the 5 corpses. Ling Xiao sent out a wind blade and cut off the tendons on the corpses. The 5 corpses all fell to the ground. As the corpses fell, the dried flesh turned into dust and drifted away, leaving behind only a pile of bones. Everyone realized that the skeleton was not grayish-white, but red and blue. Each color was different, and it was extremely strange. Ling Xiao exclaimed, These are Emperor bones. It really is an Emperor bone. 5 Earth Emperor rank experts were actually hung to death here. What kind of person did this? Yanzei said with a horrified expression. Any expert who reached the Earth Sovereign Realm could refine a body of Emperor bones, which represented that their strength had reached the Earth Sovereign Realm. It seems that the disappearance of the Heaven-suppressing sect was not a coincidence. It was destroyed by someone else, Chen Wenyu said from the side. Since this place has been destroyed, I believe there shouldn't be any danger. Everyone, let's split up and search and see if we can find anything good, Ling Xiao said. They had entered this secret realm for the treasures of the 6th rank sect. Now that they were here, they naturally couldn't return empty-handed. Everyone thought about what treasures they might obtain, and they all gathered their courage and walked in different directions. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to collect the skeletons of the Emperor skeletons. However, at this moment, there was a shocking sound. Chapter 306. Hearing the scream, Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. This was because he could tell that the scream came from Wen Qidi. Before leaving the sect, he had promised Wen Haiyan that he would take good care of Wen Qidi. Although he did not have any feelings for Wen Qidi, he still treated her like a little sister. He did not want anything to happen to Wen Qidi. Ling Xiao quickly rushed towards the source of the scream. When Ling Xiao rushed to a room, he saw Wen Qidi and Luo Meiying looking at something with pale faces. Ling Xiao looked over and saw two zombies jumping towards the two of them. These two zombies were female corpses with long and messy hair. They looked very sinister and frightening. It was no wonder that they were so scared that they were screaming in panic. "Don't be afraid, I'm coming," Ling Xiao shouted and sent out two palm strikes. Two demon blue flames burned towards the two zombies in front of him. ZZ! The moment the blue flames touched the zombies, they quickly burned them into nothingness. Woo! Wen Qidi cried and heavily pounced towards Ling Xiao. Her tears flowed incessantly, drenching Ling Xiao's clothes. It seemed that she was scared to death. Ling Xiao patted Wen Qidi's soft back and comforted her. "It's okay, they don't exist anymore." Scared. Scared me to death. Wen Qidi was still tightly hugging Ling Xiao's waist as she choked with sobs. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A girl like Wen Qidi participating in the oath ceremony was simply a burden. However, this was already the truth. He could only try his best to let her stay by his side and take care of her. When Wen Qidi reluctantly left Ling Xiao's embrace, Ling Xiao looked at Luo Meiying and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "No. I'm fine. I just didn't think that there would be such an unclean thing here. It's a bit scary." Luo Meiying shook her head and laughed lightly. Looking at Wen Qidi, who was still tightly holding onto Ling Xiao's hand, her face was filled with envy. You guys wait here first. I'll see if there's anything here." Ling Xiao nodded, then he broke away from Wen Qidi's hand and began to search the room to see if there was anything worth taking away. Unfortunately, the things in these houses had all been corroded, and there was nothing valuable at all. At the same time, Ling Xiao also noticed that these rooms should be women's rooms. They might be where the two zombies lived when they were alive. Just as Ling Xiao and the two women were about to walk out, they heard cries of alarm and the sounds of fighting coming from not far away. Ling Xiao turned around and said to Luo Meiying, "Senior sister, please take care of junior sister 1." After saying that, Ling Xiao once again dashed towards the direction of the battle. On this side, two Black Rock Peak disciples were fiercely fighting with a black-robed zombie. The zombie's strength was extremely terrifying. Unexpectedly, it was able to withstand the bombardment of spiritual energy without any damage. Ling Xiao loudly reminded, "Just cut off its head." Shi Tianho nodded and quickly chopped at the zombie's neck with his broad axe. After the zombie's head was cut off, it finally fell down. Shi Tianho and the other Black Rock Peak disciple let out a heavy sigh of relief. It was obvious that they had been forced into an extremely difficult situation by the zombie. "You guys look around to see if there's anything valuable. I'll go look elsewhere. Perhaps everyone here has already been turned into zombies." Ling Xiao frowned for a moment and then rushed off in another direction. However, when he walked outside, his eyes couldn't help but widen. Heavens! Just what is going on? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It was just as he had thought. There really was a large number of zombies here. Right now, they were continuously jumping out from other places. The sect's true disciples had all retreated to the open space to deal with them. There were actually over 100 zombies here. Just looking at them caused people's scalps to go numb. Everyone quickly cut off their heads. Ling Xiao loudly shouted and then took out his ice and fire sword to kill those zombies. Ling Xiao's blue demon flame was a heavenly flame. Those zombies were quickly burned to ashes as soon as they touched them. With the addition of Ling Xiao, the other true disciples also became full of energy. The Xian artifacts in their hands all slashed at the zombies' necks. Fortunately, these zombies had already lost their ability to think and couldn't use any Xian skills. Otherwise, with just their numbers, they would only be able to escape. Very quickly, over 100 zombies were completely swept away. Ling Xiao didn't come and let out a sigh of relief. In his heart he cursed. Damn it! The people who had looted this place were simply too deranged. They had actually turned most of the people here into zombies. Too evil. Just as Ling Xiao was lost in thought, a sorrowful cry came from the side. "Junior brother Pei, you. How are you?" "Not good. He's going to turn into a zombie." Another voice cried out. Ling Xiao turned his head to look and saw a true disciple's face had turned green. There were 2 deep teeth marks on his neck. "Quickly kill him," Ling Xiao urgently shouted. Unfortunately, he was still half a step too late. The disciple who had been bitten by the zombie let out a strange cry and then grabbed his companion's neck and bit down. "Ah! Junior brother, what are you doing?" That companion let out a miserable cry and still didn't understand. "Everyone scram!" Ling Xiao shouted, and the ice and fire sword in his hand unhesitatingly slashed at the 2 of them. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Chen Wenyu blocked in front of Ling Xiao and shouted. "They're about to turn into zombies. Killing them is the best choice. Get out of my way." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Meiying impatiently said, "I want to be in the same group as you." Everyone looked at Luo Meiying in astonishment. Luo Meiying's face turned red. She felt extremely embarrassed in her heart. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't make her look bad. He immediately nodded and took the lead to walk towards the center of the hall. The girls followed closely behind, and the others immediately split up. At this time, when Kitty quietly asked Luo Meiying, "Senior Sister Luo, don't tell me you also like this idiot?" As she spoke, she stealthily pointed at Ling Xiao. Luo Meiying's delicate face turned red, but she was also a woman who dared to love and hate. She immediately admitted, "When I entered the Myriad Beast Cave, he saved me. I found that I already liked him." When Kitty slightly opened her mouth, her beautiful eyes revealed a look of surprise. She thought to herself, "Another opponent. Why does this idiot have so many people like him?" "Junior Sister One, hurry up and catch up." Ling Xiao turned around and saw Wen Kitty in a daze. He immediately called out. Wen Kitty came back to her senses and immediately chased after him. She encouraged herself in her heart, "I definitely won't lose." At the center of the hall was a luxurious cabinet hall. Several of the wooden doors had been shattered. When Ling Xiao and the others walked in, they saw that the furnishings inside were all in a sorry state. Moreover, they were all covered in dust and cobwebs. In the direction of the main entrance, there was an ancient painting of an eagle with wings. The eagle looked vivid and lifelike, with an imposing manner that could soar into the clouds. It was a pity that the landscape below had been destroyed, otherwise it would definitely be considered an ancient work of art. There weren't any zombies or corpses here, only a few decorative porcelain bottles, which could be seen at a glance. "Let's go, there's nothing here." Bing Ruoshui glanced at the situation and immediately suggested. Just as Ling Xiao was about to nod in agreement, his tiger-like eyes slightly narrowed and he immediately sped up towards the eagle painting. Chapter 307. The girls all looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. Ling Xiao walked in front of the painting and slapped the eagle's eye heavily. The eagle's eye was dented. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and tore down the entire painting. There was a hidden slot on the back of the painting, and it looked like a switch. "There's actually a chance," Ling Xiao lightly exclaimed, then turned to the women and said, "Pay attention, I'm going to open this secret compartment." Ling Xiao couldn't help but warn them. Although he really wanted this to be the secret compartment switch, he had to be prepared for the worst. If this switch was some sort of mechanism, it would be troublesome. The women all became vigilant, and at the same time, they closely watched Ling Xiao's movements. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and pressed down on the switch. Then, something strange happened. The wall in front of Ling Xiao gradually moved, and like a door, it opened in front of him to a space that could only allow one person to enter. The women's breathing became ragged. "I'll go in and take a look," Ling Xiao said as he flashed inside. "Be careful," the 4 women called out in unison. After saying that, the 4 of them looked at each other, and then shifted their gazes elsewhere. Their faces were flushed with embarrassment. "Hurry up and come in. We've struck it rich," Ling Xiao called out in surprise. The 4 women didn't hesitate, and they quickly entered through the crack in the door. After entering, he saw that it was a secret room that wasn't very spacious. It was about half the size of a normal house. Although this secret room wasn't very big, it was filled with many good things. This is a stage 4 ice-type sword. Bing Ruoshui looked at a sword hanging on the wall that emitted a chilling aura and hurriedly went over to it. Yu Laiyan also saw one of the long swords emitting a scorching aura and exclaimed, "This is also a stage 4 fire-type sword." The spiritual energy emitted by these two swords was much denser than ordinary stage 3 swords, so they could tell at a glance that these two swords were stage 4. In addition, hanging on the wall were knives, spears, lances, and many other extraordinary weapons, dazzling the women's eyes. This is a stage 4 whip weapon. Great, we've actually found a suitable weapon. When Kidi saw a red whip on the rightmost stone platform and exclaimed, "All right, keep your Shen artifacts first. These are all ours now." Ling Xiao looked at the girls who had lost their composure and immediately spoke out. When the three women heard Ling Xiao's words, they were extremely happy. Only Luo Meiying was a bit gloomy, because there was no profound artifact that suited her. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao took out a scroll from the side and handed it to Luo Meiying. "Take a look and see if it suits you." Luo Meiying looked at Ling Xiao with some astonishment, then obediently took the scroll from Ling Xiao. She had only flipped through 2 pages when her eyes became scorching hot. This is a blue-tier water attribute profound skill. Luo Meiying couldn't help but exclaim. For a moment, she attracted the gazes of the women. "Thank you so much, junior brother." Luo Meiying cried out in surprise, then suddenly hugged Ling Xiao and kissed him. Ling Xiao froze and inwardly exclaimed, "This is bad, this young master has been sneak attacked." When Kadai angrily said, "Senior sister, you are too hateful, I also want one." After speaking, she also ran towards Ling Xiao, hugged Ling Xiao and kissed him on the cheek. "All right, stop messing around. Quickly take a look and see if there are any profound skills that suit you. If there are, then put them away. As for the rest, I will be taking them away." Ling Xiao lightly pushed Wen Kudai away and said indifferently. As soon as Ling Xiao's words fell, the women ran to the bookshelves at the side, looking for profound skills that suit them. At this time, Ling Xiao walked towards the stone bed in the middle and saw that there was a scroll on the bedside. He casually took it and opened it to take a look. Eagle tracking 9 techniques. These 4 ancient words appeared in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao casually flipped through the contents inside. It's actually a red tier wind attribute profound skill. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and muttered. Immediately afterward, he immediately put away the scroll. It seemed that this scroll should be the hall guarding profound skill of Congregate Eagle Hall. It had actually reached the red tier. Even in the Purple Sky sect, there was no such thing as a red tier profound skill. In the vast northwest, it would be extremely difficult to find one. After Ling Xiao calmed his excitement, the women also flipped through the profound skills on the bookshelves and each took out a profound skill that suited them. Their faces were filled with joy. Ling Xiao reminded them, "After you go out, you must not let others know that you have obtained a blue-tier profound skill, understand?" The 4 women were not stupid. They all understood the meaning of Ling Xiao's words and immediately nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but he will get into trouble because of his wealth. Everyone understood this truth. Ling Xiao nodded, then took out the obsidian cauldron and put everything here into the obsidian cauldron. An ordinary spatial ring storage space was not large, but the obsidian cauldron had more than 10,000 square meters of storage space, so it was naturally easy to store the things here. This was the second time the 4 women had seen the obsidian cauldron. Previously, they had seen Ling Xiao enlarge the medicine cauldron and forcibly break the stone door's restriction. Now that they saw that the medicine cauldron had the storage function, they felt that it was worth it to look at it. When Kudai couldn't help but ask curiously, "Senior brother, what kind of medicine cauldron is this? It's so magical. Not only can it become big or small, it can also store things." Ling Xiao put away the obsidian cauldron and said, "It's just something senior brother used to make a living. It's nothing special." Wen Kudai saw that Ling Xiao didn't want to explain, so she didn't ask any further. She just pouted. Yu Laiyan walked over and held Ling Xiao's hand, saying with a tender smile, "Junior brother, you gave senior sister such a good thing, what kind of reward do you want?" "Senior sister, Although I was the one who discovered this secret room, everyone who saw it has a share. This is what you deserve, so why are you talking about rewards? That would be so hurtful. Ling Xiao said very generously. In fact, his heart had already started to race. Yu Lian's charm seemed to be growing every day. Her soft breasts squeezed against his arm, making him feel the softness, making him unable to restrain the heat in his heart. At this time, Bing Ruoshui also held onto Ling Xiao's other hand. Ling Xiao immediately fell into a deep abyss of fire and water, enduring inhuman torture. Fuck, if you continue to challenge this young master's limits, I'll push you all down. Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. He only dared to think about it and didn't take action for the time being. Let's go out. I believe that most of the treasures in this hall are already here. Luo Meiying glanced at Yu Lai Yan and Bing Ruoshui with jealousy before walking out of the secret room. The five of them returned to their waiting positions. Not long after, people came back one after another. As for the others, some wore mournful expressions, some wore indifferent expressions, and there were also a few who wore excited expressions. It seemed that they had definitely gained something. 2 hours later, most of the people had returned, but Yan Zhe and Zhao Nan were nowhere to be seen. Ling Xiao frowned, his heart becoming heavy. Yan Zhe and Zhao Nan were the sons of the Peak Lords of the Crafting Peak and Scarlet Flame Peak respectively. If anything happened to them, it would definitely be a huge blow to the two Peak Lords. Just as Ling Xiao spread out his hands to search for them, Zhao Nan quickly rushed over from another direction. There's a big discovery. There's a gravity cultivation room behind. Not only is the spiritual energy very dense, but the gravity is also 15 times that of the outside world. It's very suitable for cultivation. Zhao Nan had just stood still when he immediately exclaimed to everyone. Gravity cultivation room? Everyone asked in confusion. That's right. Cultivating in there should be 15 times that of the outside world. Senior Yan and I want to stay here to cultivate. In any case, it's dangerous to go anywhere else, so we might as well cultivate there for a month. Zhao Nan nodded. Ling Xiao felt that Zhao Nan's words made sense. A month inside was equivalent to a year and a half in the outside world. The sect's spirit gathering tower could only increase spiritual energy by a few times, and it didn't have a gravity formation. It couldn't compare to the cultivation rooms here. Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling a bit tempted. If he focused on cultivating here for a month, he would definitely be able to reach the peak spirit master realm. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the king level. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, Everyone, let's go take a look. With that, Zhao Nan led the way, and the group followed him to the back of the hall. The group quickly arrived in front of a stone room. The stone room was very wide, and it didn't seem crowded even with 21 people inside. The moment they walked inside, everyone's footsteps became heavy. It was as if there was a huge rock pressing down on their bodies, making it difficult for them to walk. As soon as they walked inside, Yan Zhe was already meditating. It seemed like he couldn't wait to cultivate. Once they entered the stone room, the abundant spiritual energy made everyone feel refreshed. How about it? Do you want to stay and cultivate? Zhao Nan asked everyone. In the heaven-suppressing sect, no matter where they went, it was full of danger, and they might not be able to find anything good. It was better to stay here and cultivate. Many disciples were tempted. Ling Xiao said, If you want to stay, then stay. But remember the 1-month limit. When the time comes, you must remember to leave. Otherwise, you will be trapped here. With Ling Xiao's words, many disciples found a corner to sit down and began to cultivate. They were all called geniuses, but when all the geniuses were gathered together, it was all about comprehension and time. Whoever had a high comprehension and cultivated for a long time would be able to stand out from the crowd and become the best. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart and felt that he should go out for a stroll. Just now, he had such a big harvest in the secret room. He wanted to go out and take a look. After all, not everyone was like him, who could break through the restriction of the hall and enter to search for treasures. Maybe there would be even more shocking discoveries in the other halls. However, before Ling Xiao could walk out of the hall, danger quietly attacked again. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.